Welcome to the Connect and Rebound event organized by the Helsinki-Uusimaa Regional Council and the project Interlinking European Entrepreneurial Regions funded by the European Commission. As a side event of SLUSH, our goal is well in line to connect and collaborate, building a favorable business environment for the creation, startups, and scale-up of firms and business. Innovation, digitalization, and climate change has no borders, as we all know that. That's why we are here today, not only to collaborate with or celebrate with Helsinki-Uusimaa for its recognition of the European Entrepreneurial Region label. We are also here with the lineup speakers from Finland and EU to find like-minded to really shoulder this responsibility in creating a sustainable future. I'm Christine Zhang, the project director of Helsinki-Uusimaa Entrepreneurial Region. I will be your moderator today, and some of you online here and on site. It's great to see many audience online coming from different parts of Europe. It is also really a luxury that we are able to host some of the speakers on site and also guests online on site in this very special condition. In addition to collaboration with the regional actors in Uusimaa, we are also seeking to collaborate beyond the European borders. So I would like to thank a special, the next page, slide. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Now let's see. I'm nervous. Okay, so I would like to give a special thanks to all the collaborators today with us, and especially to the Forum Virum, who provide this beautiful space for us, and the Guitar Hub, who is providing technical support to the technical support. So today we will have speakers participate online and on-site, but for all the audience, no matter where you are from, or where you are connecting from Helsinki or from Europe, you will have the front row experience. So because you can simply connect with the Brella platform. So do join online, use the chat function, invite someone for a meeting and make connections. Please do note that we would have also record the event so it could be reviewed later. As an event moderator, I will try to be very short, maybe not this exception because I'm opening the event. And then for the guest speakers, I will try to keep the time. So, okay, now I think I have enough of the housekeeping rules. I would like to now proceed to the opening of today and have the honor of lineup speakers joining in different format. To start with, we would have a video message from Mr. Apostolos Titikoska, the president of the European Community Regions, which is the political assembly representing the European regions in the EU. It is also the executive body which gives the European Entrepreneurial Region Award to the European regions.
Dear hosts from the Helsinki-Uusimaa region, dear representatives of EER regions, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to address this event inspired by the European Entrepreneurial Regions. Unfortunately, I cannot be with you in person due to overlap with the Bureau meeting of the European Committee of the Regions. So firstly, let me congratulate Helsinki-Uusimaa region for having been awarded for the second time the European Entrepreneurial Region label, which has over the last 11 years become the label of excellence, linking forward-looking and like-minded regions into a European network and supporting collaboration and exchange of best practice across borders. Ladies and gentlemen, Helsinki-Uusimaa has become one of the most outstanding ambassadors of the EER committed to building a more entrepreneurial and more innovative Europe in a genuine spirit of European collaboration. Your event today represents the very best of the EER. It inaugurates the year of entrepreneurship in your region and at the same time brings in the European dimension through the expertise gathered in EU-funded collaboration involving 18 EER regions. Of course, it's needless to say that regions are the soul and essence of the EER initiative. But I would also like to thank the European Commission for being our strategic partner and for all its support for networking and collaboration among the European regions. Ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 crisis demonstrates how uncertain the economic scenario is and how European companies, in particular small and medium-sized enterprises, the backbone of our local economies, must be able to develop immediate and disruptive responses to ensure continuity, competitiveness, and sustainability. The observed dynamic, yet territorially uneven, pace of economic recovery is a sign that post-pandemic industrial policies, fueled by a push for green and digital transitions, must be more SME-friendly and more place-sensitive. Today's event should therefore be used to take stock of the tools and instruments available to the regions to stimulate a conducive climate for SMEs, supporting internal and external collaboration, networking, and knowledge sharing. It is an opportunity to exploit synergies between regional action for SMEs with European initiatives and funding instruments, such as the European Digital Innovation Hubs. At the Committee of the Regions, we will remain fully dedicated to politically supporting a recovery based on advancing the green and digital transitions in regions, and we are committed to highlight the work done by the network of the European Entrepreneurial Regions. I hope that the collaboration between the EER regions will continue and spark more intense thematic cooperation, connecting key actors all across borders. Building on what has been achieved, we must press further and build deeper economic connections through linking our industrial and innovation ecosystems and encouraging joint research and investments. Therefore, we strongly encourage regions to take full advantage of the first European Interregional Innovation Investment Programme, the I4, and also other EU programs such as the Horizon Europe and the Digital Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish you a fruitful discussion today, and I look forward to more such innovative and exemplary projects of European cooperation in the future.
So Helsinki-Uusimaa is the first region ever to receive the EU label for the second time. It's a timely selection for driving a change to recover from this pandemic impact. Now I have the honor to invite Mr. Juha Eskelinen, the Deputy Regional Mayor of Helsinki-Uusimaa region, who is now acting on behalf of the Ossi line and who unfortunately could not just join us due to an urgent obligation. So Juha, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christine, for your kind words, and thank you for Apostolos of the nice words of the Committee of Regions. And it's very nice to see you all here in this house and this room, and all you in internet and following the seminar. Why Helsinki-Uusimaa region is the first region ever to receive this award for second time? I think one of the reasons is that we have solid and sustainable SME sector that is key to recovery and for creating jobs. We have the highest percentage of research and development in funds in Finland. We score high in digital economy indexes and in smart city comparisons. Helsinki-Uusimaa is the locomotive of Finnish economy. 93% of Finnish GDP is generated here. The region accounts half of the country's research and development expenses. Almost 100,000 companies and third of all jobs in Finland are located in our regions. One third of the national population resides in Helsinki-Uusimaa. The award of the European Entrepreneurial Regions label goes to everyone in this region. It goes to the SMEs and corporate clusters across sectors, to business organizations, to our research and education institutions, to circular economic developers and other stakeholders. The drive for a green and digital transformation is in every corner of this region. Looking a little bit of the past, in 2012, Uusimaa was awarded the European Entrepreneurial Regions for its strong promotion of young entrepreneurs. It was actually at the same time as the startup tide started in our region, and there are many results. Recently, you have seen what has happened to some Finnish ICT companies who have made very good deals globally, and actually they started almost at the same time we last time had this award. We had this award. Today, Helsinki is one of the Europe's most rapidly growing regions with an upward trend in entrepreneurship and an abundance of tech talent and creative professions. We have vibrant startup and growth company ecosystem manifested by the startup event SLUS, as you know, and for example, this Maria 01. Now we are aiming to create the ideal environment for the future-minded and sustainability driven new generation of entrepreneurs to take the next step and put their skills at the service of deep social and economic transformation. When Uusimaa region succeeds in this mission, Finland succeeds. Actually, for the honor of this entrepreneurial prize, we will launch the next application round of new program period of European Social Fund and the European Structural Fund for devoted to this entrepreneurial ideas, and this will be opened in the beginning of next year. There's a need for transformative systemic change to stop the climate crisis and biodiversity loss. Helsinki-Uusimaa region is among the first to take the lead in the green and digital transformation. We have a solution that can help us reach these goals and help us in ensuring well-being within the limits of the nature's capacity, the circular economy. Our colleagues at Sitra, who are present here as well, the Finnish Innovation Fund, have developed a national circular economy roadmap. The Finnish government has also adopted a strategic program to promote circular economy. The circular economy aims to optimize the system as a whole and tackle the biodiversity loss, climate change, and the depletion of natural resources at the same time. Helsinki-Uusimaa region is a pioneering mission in introducing and adapting to circularity. Our EER year will contribute to developing a new model of growth based on entrepreneurship, accelerated digitalization, and environmental, social, and cultural and economic sustainability. The key element here are investing in education, adapting the new business models, and taking advantage of growth opportunities provided by circularity. This vision fits very well to the global EU level and regional development strategies. Strategies provided local action scalable and to global impacts and implements the new development Helsinki-Uusimaa regional program, smart specialization strategy, and our roadmap for carbon neutral Uusimaa 2030, and the COVID recovery plan for Helsinki-Uusimaa. This requires a shared vision and collaboration. We can't do this alone. In order to achieve a needed change in real life, we need 100% cooperation and effort to develop skills and competencies. We need to act on opportunities and mitigate risk. As an European entrepreneurial region, we will develop the business environment and conditions for companies, but also the attitude, mindset, and spirit. Our objective is to boost entrepreneurship, innovation, and circular economy, and to respond to SME needs. Green and digital transition is the only path for the future. Innovation is a decisive factor in achieving the so-called twin, green and digital transition to a world of sustainable products, services, and use of natural resources, future-proof choices, and a society that leaves no person or no place behind. It's everyone's responsibility to do their part. Europe is global green pioneer, and so is Helsinki-Uusimaa, a strong player that joins the forces and leads the way. Helsinki-Uusimaa is committed to everything we can and invite everybody to join our efforts. The idea, stroke vision of coming EER year is to ignite a systemic change in thinking and behavior to green and digital and circularity. Thank you.
Indeed, in order to achieve a systematic change, the ambitious and different levels of policy intervention is certainly crucial to this process. With this honor, we would like to invite Ms. Mari Holopainen. She is the Finnish member of parliament and the vice chairman of the startup working group. So, Mari, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Okay. Should be working now, maybe. Okay, great. Well, thank you for the invitation. It's an honor to be here. I'm Mari Holopainen. I'm a member of parliament from the Green Group from Helsinki, and also previous chairperson for the Uusimaa Regional Council, and now acting as a vice chair of the startup working group recently established in the parliament. And we're quite happy that over 1/4 of members of parliament are now members of this working group. So it's been hugely successful, and we're very happy about that. So before being elected to the parliament, I was working as a researcher at Aalto University, and would like to focus on startup scene and what we can do politically to further improve the conditions. So we know that the times have been challenging, and unfortunately and other coronaviruses still looming over us, and some level of uncertainty is here to stay. Well, however, we know that during the pandemic, the investments to startups in Finland have been very high still. in Helsinki-Uusimaa region, we have one of the fastest growing European startup hubs globally. We've heard some great news from companies such as Supercell for quite a long time, but they've been actually one of the best taxpayers from company sector to Helsinki, and in that sense also very important to our services. And most recently, Volt, some international breakthroughs, and besides these, many more. So perhaps you'll be visiting Schloss this week, and we'll see the Startup Investor conference and festival in Helsinki that we are quite proud has been established by students originally, and you can feel some of that exciting atmosphere that we call, for instance, pöhinä in Finnish. So what is it that makes the Finnish startup ecosystem successful? You'll get probably many answers to that depending on who you ask. But here are some factors. Well, first of all, Finland offers a stable, safe, and fairly transparent society and business environment with a low level of bureaucracy. And government offers funding and services for innovative early stage companies and supports also universities in commercializing their ideas. So the cooperation between the public and private sector is fairly smooth, although there are naturally some things that we can certainly do better. Well, I would personally emphasize our education sector. Our education is free for everyone, and it's accessible with good teachers, and that's the base for also all kind of further education and university degrees. We have some challenges with early childhood education now, and for some years already we're lacking workforce, but that is mainly related to the base, or the salary level that is quite not that high that it should be. These are some of the foundations that we really need to take good care in Finland and in other countries. The gap left behind by company Nokia has been filled, however, by many skills, ideas, passion, and new technological solutions. What it comes to R&D investments, we have the national goal to reach 4% of GDP. It has been suggested that it should be even higher. I've suggested that Finland's R&D investments should be raised to 8% of GDP by 2035, and it has been raised by many other scientists as well. OECD emphasizes that majority of the new jobs will be created in businesses where high education is needed. So with all data that we have, we should know that education and research are probably very good investments to make. And Finland, like other countries in Europe and elsewhere, competes for foreign entrepreneurs and know-how. And startups and small and medium businesses have rapid recruitment cycles, and one expert can have a major impact. This was also highlighted in recent event that our startup working group had with Finland's newly founded startup organization that gathers different companies together for making their wishes to the political side as well. So the absence of one key player can jeopardize some successes, and we have to make sure that the recruitment is smooth from abroad. The government has taken steps to speed up and improve the processing of work-based residence permits, so we've made some important steps. It's still extremely vital to ensure that we have enough human capital and workforce. What is lacking still heavily are places for international students, especially in English. We have many families that are considering Finland or some other European countries or US, and having the guarantee to have an English or maybe some other language, having a place at the kindergarten, having a place at school. These might be one of the major and the most important investments that we can make for the Finnish economy. And yet I think we haven't really realized that nationally. We're quite focused on industrial sectors to see our economy through industries that have been here for long, for instance, forest sector. But what we have to have a broader perspective on economy and businesses, and we have to realize that knowledge-based businesses are rapidly growing and will partly guarantee the success of Finnish economy at the future as well. How much time do I have, or am I still? Did I use my time already? Yeah, I used my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Molly, and also Juha. I think this really confirmed we are in the right place and right time now. It's really interesting to hear, important to hear from the commission and from the ambitions of the Helsinki-Uusimaa region, also from Molly, that there is a need for us to do more. And now we will move from Helsinki online and invite Ms. Maeve Rutte, Deputy Director General of the European Commission, DG Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SME. I think Maeve must have a lot to share from the perspective of how European Commission is seeing the importance of the entrepreneurship and startup. Maeve.
Hello from Brussels, and really warm welcome to everybody to this session today, or to this event today. I'm also happy to say that I'm joining the slush, at least as of tomorrow. Couldn't manage for this morning yet, but really a pleasure to see that despite of the pandemic, we are actually able to also meet in person. So good to have also the audience to this meeting, and not only people online like myself. So let me first join the choir of congratulations to Helsinki-Uusimaa region. This is really a big feat that you have now received the European Entrepreneurial Region label for a second time. And it's also very fitting that you have received it in particular for your concept related to sustainability. So for me, this is a good example that the twin transition of Europe's economy to more digitalization, more sustainability, really needs regions like Helsinki-Uusimaa, and this also comes as a way of cooperating with other regions and throughout Europe. So the true important partners who certainly play very much in the region are, of course, the industry, small businesses, and the regional government and the EU and national policies. So we see it coming very nicely together in your region. So I believe this is why the European Entrepreneurial Region label is also very important, because it shows us that in Europe, we do not only have one Silicon Valley, we have actually several. And these European Silicon Valleys, like the Helsinki-Uusimaa region, they really make a very important contribution to our economy. As I was already introduced, I work in the single market or internal market and industry and small business side of the European Commission, so in DG Grow. And we are really very happy to be associated with the label already for a number of years. For us, it is and it has remained really a source of inspiration to work with regions and to help implement the European Union policies, but also to feed back to the policy design, because we learn from the places like Helsinki-Uusimaa. But we wanted to go one step further, in fact. Together with the Committee of the Regions, we thought that cooperation among the regions of excellence needs to also improve further. So after all, a team is always stronger than only individuals. And this is why we jointly initiated the EER cooperation project. The project itself will finish end of December, as all good things have to come to an end. We think, however, that the quality and depth of cooperation that we managed to achieve should allow it to go on, even if we don't necessarily manage to continue with direct EU funding. So I do hope that the cooperation would work a little bit like startups, which we all are admiring. A good idea, a bit of funding at the beginning, and then a dedicated team can take it forward and scale it up. We very much count on regions such as Helsinki-Uusimaa and the other EER regions to be the avant-garde in such a cooperation. The good examples that the regions are bringing should be the blueprint for further cooperation in these ecosystems, but also going actually beyond into other areas of industrial activity. We just heard the importance about even really the whole infrastructure around, be it childcare or schools, which can make a lot of difference. I would like to thank the involved regions, the colleagues from our executive agency, as well as the Committee of the Regions and the Contracting Consortium for their strong delivery on this work. So well done. And let me end by stating once more that without creative and innovative companies, be they big or small, startups or existing since long, we will not reach any of the climate goals which we have set for ourselves. However, they need us as well. They need finance from the European Union. They need as little administrative burden as possible. And they need access to skilled labor. And they also need a strong support locally and good infrastructure, good setting of this network and ecosystem locally. In short, they need a strong Europe, strong member states, and strong regions. With that, I wish you a good continuation of the meeting, and who knows, perhaps we will see each other in person in the next days at Slush. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Maime. I hope you heard a lot of claps from the audience here. With these really encouraging words from the representatives of EU, Finland, and Helsinki-Uusimaa region, it really accelerating this green digital transition. Now we would like to turn this attention to entrepreneurs and business and really listen to their voices and learn from them. With all these inspirations, the key question is really how we can best engage and support entrepreneurs and business to be part of this movement that we are all driving. So now I would like to welcome the stage both Kari Helveli, the Sitra Finnish Innovation Fund, and also the panelists for the first section to join us on the stage. Mr. Kari Helveli is the project director on circular economy in the Finnish Innovation Fund. For our international audience, Sitra is really an independent public foundation operating directly under the supervision of Finnish Parliament. Globally, it is really most recognized for its effort in driving circular economy and fair data. So, Kari, welcome, and your guests.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat first. So welcome on my behalf as well. It's exciting to be here. Real live event panel. It's been a while. I really enjoy this. So we are going to talk about today about green and digital transition from the entrepreneurial perspective and experience. And we have a great team here of entrepreneurs sharing their expertise for all of us. But let's start by company introductions first. And Tuuli Mäkelä, do you want to start? Or do you want to be here, or if you want to see your slides, maybe it's better. At least you can use this as you like.
So yes, hello to everyone. I'm Tuuli Mäkelä, head of marketing at Zen Robotics. Do I just click? How do I get the? Just click. Let's see. There we go. A company that's really, I'd say, at the heart of this green and digital transformation. And I think when we look at the kind of big picture, we are all quite aware of this. So there are a lot of materials that are at the moment being wasted and not used at their full potential. We talk about the circular economy a lot in the EU, in Finland as well, as was mentioned. And there's so much kind of wasted potential here, what we could do with these different materials. But what most of us, those that don't maybe know the industry behind getting these materials into circulation, don't necessarily think about or even know is how it's done. So today, by and large, when we talk about recycling and capturing these valuable materials from the waste stream, it's done by humans under quite harsh conditions. This picture actually here is relatively safe to the sites that I've been to, for example, in Europe even, not necessarily any helmets, not even masks necessarily, even though we've seen more of those because of the pandemic, surely. So there's quite a lot of missing information about the materials that are coming to the line, because it's just a very random feed. And then there's also as I mentioned, it's quite a even dangerous environment for humans, kind of dull, repetitive job. There's a lot that we could kind of gain from kind of like automation and new kind of ways of processing this waste-based material in order to really capture those valuable materials then to be recycled. So that's essentially what we are doing. We are trying to automate this industry. We've seen, of course, automation and digitalization and robotization in other industries decades ago. But what really differentiates with the waste industry is that we don't really know what's on the feed. So it differs every day. It's completely random. There's not a lot of data. So as opposed to, let's say, your general industrial automation, where, let's say, at an automobile plant, you know exactly what kind of objects are coming. The robot knows, what's coming and how you compile it. And it's a very standardized process. The waste line is completely different. So you really need high artificial intelligence for the robot to be able to pick the valuable pieces or fractions from the line. So that's essentially our business. We've been doing it for about 10 years now. We're the first in the world to do this. We luckily have a couple of competitors these days because this is still extremely rare. It's only some pioneering companies that are doing it, but we see a great leap happening at the moment in this, partly pushed by this European transition, green and digital transition as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Tuuli. Exciting story, and it's been a while already. So you have expertise for many years already. Then let's take Sauli Böhm from Rescue.
Only slide. Can you hear me? Yes. First of all, thanks for the invitation. Very excited to be on-site event. Can't actually describe it, how exciting it is. So our company Rescue Club is 100% integrated into the global deadline that we have in terms of climate change. And they're more specifically in food, and even more specifically food waste. Food waste plays a massive part in that equation. roughly 1/3, if we take the whole supply chain from crop to fork, roughly 1/3 gets wasted or lost during that journey. Global population is 7.7 billion at the moment. 30 years, we're plus 10. So food demand will increase 70%, and yet we're throwing 30% away. So there's a slight mismatch in that equation. So our winning aspiration definition of done is zero food waste from crop to fork globally. After that, we can move on to other adventures. And we've started our journey from the very end of the supply chain, where we have grocery stores, restaurants, cafes, and so on the other side. And then we have consumers on the other side. And there we have built, fostering this circular economy, online marketplace for surplus food, where a restaurant, for example, can sell their excess food to nearby people with a discount using their phone, and same applies to the consumer side. That's where we are now.
Thank you, Sauli. Very good. Let's move to Phil Brown, please.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
So, am I on? Yes? Okay. So my name is Phil Brown. I'm representing Circularize, and we've just heard from end-to-end traceability for food and also the need for data within the end-of-life recovery. What we do is we are utilizing the power of blockchain technology to connect end-to-end supply chains, providing data on bill of materials, chemical composition, or material reuse availability. Within this, what you see is our online system. We also have an app-based approach where you can actually, as the OEM, provide this information to your downstream customer. This is the technology that we're trying to replace: bidirectional communication via email with certificates with PDF. Not very scalable. Easily available for fraud. So what we do is we create a digital twin. Within this digital twin, it's a token based on a blockchain. We're actually using the Ethereum network, so it's fully open. And in this token, you can include any information that is relevant to your downstream customer. This can be origin of the material. So if you're looking at creating a use case around 100% recovered material, maybe working with some robotics partners to identify those materials to then put back into the loop. If we consider circular economy strategies, you need to look at the product, the business model, and then the ecosystem. Where am I going to get my materials from? What is in those materials? And then how do I recover them back at end of life? As you can see, sorry, my head is kind of covering some of those key points, but you can include manufacturing information, hazardous waste, certification, all on one token that's easily accessible. But there is a flip side to transparency. A lot of this information is protected data of companies. They don't want to share this openly and widely with every single person. So what we created is a patent pending technology, smart questioning, which actually allows certain variables to be hidden and or aggregated within a range. But we also provide the ability for a third party to verify this on-chain via their own blockchain key. This could be a certification body. We're currently working with UL and also ISCC, amongst others, and or a trusted third party to make sure that that data thread is trusted from end to end. And that's me.
Very good. This is actually something that we haven't seen a lot in circular economy internationally either. So it's very, very interesting to see how that will scale up. But we'll talk about that as well. But let's move to Petri Alava from Infinite Fiber.
It's very nice to join here. My name is Petri Alava. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Infinity Fiber Company. Infinity Fiber Company is a textile and fashion technology company on a mission to make textile circularity an everyday reality globally. And what we do, we have a technology to turn different waste streams like textile waste, cardboard waste, paper waste into high quality premium textile fibers, and then furthermore into high quality premium textiles. And how we do it? We use responsible chemistry to, first of all, clean the materials. So we are removing dyes, we are removing non-cellulosic components, meaning plastics like polyester, elastane, nylons, as well as the surface treatment chemicals, and then break it chemistry with responsible chemistry to liquid cellulose, and then regenerate a brand new fiber from the liquid cellulose, which means that, let's say, from the consumer perspective, it's really on par with virgin cotton with the look and feel of cotton, making it very easy for the consumers to use. What is this? Missing? Okay, there's missing one slide. But secondly, what is important is that we have been also validating with our brand customers. So we are working together with H&M's and Adidas's, Inditex's, and we've been validating with those global companies that from this fiber can be manufactured a wide range of textile applications, starting from t-shirts, sweaters, jeans, bed linens, men's shirt, basically all the kind of applications what can be manufactured from the cotton. The next step for us is building, first of all, a commercial factory. We are now looking at a site in Finland, and the investment size is somewhere between 300 to 400 million euros. And we are on very, very kind of final steps on kind of signing the deal for the site, and then also building up a kind of inquiry, or let's say the offtake agreement base for the sales of the fibers, and have also almost completed the selling the capacity for several years with multi-million euro deals.
Very good. I really like this is Finland, everybody's according to the schedule, 3 to 4 minutes. And I think you have done this before, I can see that, and in the slush kind of spirit. But let's move to the panel side. It's lovely that we have some time for that and not like running out of time immediately. So the role of business when we talk about green and digital transition. So how do you see it? And because it's of course needs a lot of different stakeholders to push that forward. And many times people ask that who should be in the lead. So how do you see the role of businesses in these kind of bigger transitions?
Well, I can answer from our perspective. I think Zen Robotics, as I mentioned, is a bit over a 10-year-old company. And I think at that time, we didn't really popularly talk about circular economy. And even as a company, we've only been kind of positioning ourselves into that discussion recently because we've been out there making business. So in a way, I think this is sort of natural that it starts somewhere. And I know some of the other companies here as well, there is some sort of research behind it and all of that. And it's just crazy entrepreneurs that start something, and then you can kind of position yourself into the larger discussion a few years later when you're actually at the stage where you have things to show.
That's very true.
Yeah, I would just build on that. That I think if we really want to scale innovations, then there needs to be an interplay between businesses. I mean, everyone on this stage could actually work together to try and deliver circular economy innovations, but you need to service those markets, you need to meet consumer demand, you also need to meet the growing regulation. So I wouldn't just solely put it onto businesses, but they're going to be the first driver for that because they need to meet consumer demand. We are increasingly seeing that consumers are wanting to know where their products are coming from, where they go, and also to how to extend the lifetime of those products. That means the business needs to change the design of the product, needs to change the business model, needs to change how they interact with their consumer. But this means they also need to do a lot of experimentation. And what I would say, to really develop a circular economy approach, no company can do that on their own. So you actually need scaling of collaboration of businesses engaging with businesses, which is very against the traditional mechanism of maximize your own profit. We actually need to increase the pie rather than really trying to just elbow everyone else out. So I think this is what we're going to see in the next decade, that transition towards businesses working together and collaborating more broadly.
Very good.
Yeah, following up on that, in our case, if I understood correctly, for example, fostering competition is one thing. For example, surplus as a commodity is well known here in the Nordics and in Finland. If we go to Eastern Europe, it's not that known. So in our case, we actually try to foster local players popping up, for example, in Eastern Europe, because they actually educate that market in regard to what is surplus food and what are the opportunities and whatnot in that regard.
Yeah, and it's actually, just to build on that, this is the example of co-opetition, collaborating and competing simultaneously to drive efficiency. If there is a monopoly of food waste, then you don't actually deal with the problem. You actually need that competition within the market space to really improve on the efficiencies.
What about Petri?
Yeah, so for sure there's a role for both for the entrepreneurs and businesses to take the different innovations from the laboratory scale to the commercial scale, and particularly the kind of commitment from businesses is crucial. If we take, for example, our case, let's take it humbly. We are 40 people and on a mission to change and transform the global textile industry. So of course we need a very, very strong commitment from the businesses to start using new materials, also support financially, and take it further. So that we see as our role being the innovator, being the technology developer, but then we need a very, very strong stakeholder network around to take it into commercial use.
Very good. And I know that there is in the audience a lot of people working in business and perhaps have an idea for circular economy business or green transition. So if you pick up something from your journey, your experience, what would be your advice to others who will start the 10-year journey?
Just to go first, I would say have a 10-year plan, but don't get bogged down in the complexity of that. Start small, experiment, find out who your key stakeholders would be. I think Petri just said very well, actually, that you need that ecosystem around you to support innovation ideas. You cannot do it alone. So maybe lower your need to get an NDA in place as soon as possible. Start talking more about the vision, bringing people together and actually working towards that longer goal, but in small incremental steps, because then it's less risk.
Very good. Anybody else want to chip in?
Yes, probably you don't need always 10 years. Say, for example, in our case, we understood very early stage that say you don't get the change done if you're just focusing on collaborating with small companies. We understood that at the very beginning that the only way to get our technology through to the markets is collaborating with world's leading companies like HDEMS and Inditexes and Adidas's. It wasn't a simple kind of way forward, but that's the way we understood that has to happen. And let's say now it's paying off as we're just 5 years old company and on a brave move forward.
I think in the case of the journey of Zen Robotics, it's similar in, for example, Infinite Fiber, in the sense that the waste industry is very, very traditional, and it really took those, first pioneering collaborative customers that were key in building that journey and really showing the capabilities of the technology. Now we're at the stage where the industry, a little bit more at large, slowly, but still is sort of like accepting the idea of digitalizing this process that's mostly done manually. But definitely also the kind of first customers and the ecosystem, I absolutely share that. For us, it was really a problem for the first, let's say, 5 years or so that we had no competition, because nobody else was really trying to make this change and really kind of sell the story of changing the processes that were by and large in the industry. So we really welcome competition. It also keeps the company more kind of agile, I'd say.
There's one memory from your company. I was with one of the ministers, and we were talking about certain countries' waste management system, and the minister there said that, why don't we have that in our country? And it is like light bulb effects when they realize that there's an alternative that they don't know. What about Saul?
Again, everything what was already said. In our case, market research and customer understanding. Yes, we are selling sustainable solution, but we're not selling sustainability, but actually convenient solution to everyday problem. On the supply side, in a restaurant, we're an add-on. We don't save that restaurant from bankruptcy. We cover that one piece, which is the surplus, and that sort of the epiphany was that we cannot build sort of one size fits all model, which caters all markets and all partner segments, but actually emphasize and put a lot of effort in understanding the customer and doing the market research. That has been sort of the biggest epiphany, which seems fairly obvious, but for us, it actually wasn't.
Very good points so far. What about the kind of, there's a lot of course, talks about recovery and recovery plans and funding. So what kind of opportunities, but also challenges there is at the moment when you think about scaling business in the post-pandemic recovery phase? It's a big question, I know, but who's brave one to start?
Well, I can start in saying that we've been quite lucky in the sense that the pandemic has actually increased demand for our solutions, because, as I mentioned, it's mostly humans in these sites working very close together and not often even protected in any way. So there's to digitalize also, that has been in a new way, let's say occupational health and safety has come from a different perspective also in our industry. For us, just the general push in the EU for circular economy, for recycling targets, material purity requirements, and so forth, has been very helpful because our technology, in a way, is a solution for that. So that's definitely the driver in Europe, and we're happy that in these recovery efforts, also this is a big point of emphasis.
Very good.
Yeah, I think similarly for ourselves with the wave of digitization, everybody has got a lot more accustomed to things going digital. So, I mean, 5 years ago, we had to educate on circular economy. Then the last 3 years, we've had to educate on blockchain. Now those two have joined and people are also, okay, digital, that's the direction of travel. The trends were already there pre-COVID. The challenge, though, from our point of view as a growing business, we are doing a lot of meetings virtually. If I follow my day, I'm speaking to Asia in the morning, Europe in the day, and then US in the evening. But that does still mean that you miss some of the personal connections. And sometimes, especially when you're getting the collaborative structure going, you need to have uncomfortable conversations. You know, whose role's doing what? What's the IP? And that still largely is better to be done face to face. So, you know, it's swings and roundabouts.
In our case, I'd say obviously in the current climate, expanding and doing it cost efficiently, we had to change the concept a bit, but nothing too drastic in that regard. The good things that fostered from this was that, as mentioned, a lot of things moved from offline to online. And in our sector, the partners are much more interested in also discovering and exploring new ways. I'm doing this and this with pen and paper. Could you cater something to this specific problem? So I think there's much more appetite in also discussing and developing, for example, our product, like as co-development process.
The pandemic has not really been a problem. I think it has been an awakening for the global textile industry, that what this kind of a crisis, or what kind of consequences this kind of crisis could be happening, or let's say having on the industry. So that has been just accelerating the textile industry moving forward. The opportunity is the very, very strong demand, which is at the same time also a challenge, as we are really working on a kind of a very heavy chemical industry-based innovation, meaning also physical products, physical building factories. The time is a problem for us, as now we've been getting kind of attraction from the brands, and they're used to the fact that, or the industry is used to that whatever innovation is coming to the market, it's available immediately. We have a delay of 2 to 3 years to build a factory, so we just have a impatience from the industry and how to keep them attracted to the innovation whilst they are waiting for the factory to come up.
Yeah, that's a fascinating point. How do you see, by the way, this is out of the script totally, but about the investor landscape at the moment? Of course, there's the public funding from the recovery, but what about the private funding? Are they looking very much about these kind of different sustainable solutions at the moment compared to the before pandemic time, or is there any difference in that sense? Are you in the fundraising?
Yeah, well, we are actively fundraising at the moment, but I would say the ESG, sustainability impact investors, and I would say with Petri's point that those that were already switched on are even more so switched on to it, and those that were also looking more broadly, especially at supply chain issues. So within our business, the global pandemic messed up supply chains no end, even the Suez Canal tanker. And that's really switched organizations on to understanding their supply chain, which they'd never had that level of clarity before, and or arguably the need to have that level of clarity. So I think what we're now discovering is that everyone from commodity traders through to large investment funds are looking at how do we incorporate this wider set of ESG metrics, sustainable impact, understanding the environmental footprint of either products, materials, or process. So for us, it's definitely an area where there's a lot more money floating around.
Yes, and I'd say in addition to sort of to sustainable from environmental perspective, but also sustainability from economical perspective as well. So actually, what I've seen is more sort of sustainable businesses on a long run. So a bit transition from seeking the unicorns to seeking sort of camels, so to speak.
I never heard that before. Yeah.
Now you heard. Yeah.
No, what about Petri?
I think the investor sentiment has been pretty good. We just raised more than 30 million euros in the summertime, mostly from the strategic investors. So
Congratulations.
that was quite okay. Now we're building for this very large round. So maybe in a few months' time, I'm able to describe that whether it remains to be stable and good. But let's say it looks good at this point of time.
I understand that you don't comment further. Okay, but let's move forward. What about the citizen level? Of course, you have, depending on your business, kind of a connection to end customers, but the citizen level engagement, how do you see at the moment? Are they demanding solutions that are very sustainable, or is it something else that they are looking after? And you are kind of like, I think, Sauli, you mentioned that you are not selling sustainability itself. So how would you analyze the landscape from the consumer, I hate the word, but the citizen point of view?
Well, in our case, we have different kind of partner segments, and one partner segment for us is municipalities. So we are collaborating with municipalities, and if that was the question, in that regard, so they're utilizing our product in their ecosystem at the moment, and we're actively trying to learn more to actually cater those needs a bit more. So that's one example.
Yeah.
We see it indirectly from a lot of different brands, either consumer brands or other industries where there is a consumer interface that are under a lot of pressure to increase the recycled content of their products. So they are very interested in that recycled material and access to it. And the material at the moment is at the hands of the waste industry, but we see these consumer brands or retail companies getting into that whole value chain and purchasing actual waste companies within their own chain to be able to control the access to that recycled material that they need for their products, because of course also legislation, but even more so consumer pressure.
Yeah, actually, so one of our partners, UL, did a study recently into this, amongst others, looking at consumer demand. I actually can't remember the specific figure off the top of my head, but it was above 50% are willing to purchase products that have a sustainable footprint. That has a secondary element to it, though, that can be verifiable. Because obviously there's a big challenge of greenwashing, indicating recycled and recovered content. So you might see, this bottle used to be a bottle. Now, many consumers will want to know that that is actually the truth, because they will be willing to pay a premium for that, but only if it is exactly what they say it is. So this is also one of the areas that we're working on. If we look at our engagement with Porsche, within that proof of concept pilot, we actually had a mobile phone application whereby it was not externally tested, but it was tested in the way of future situation of giving that information to consumers, not only about where the product and materials have come from, but also incentivizing sustainable change. Where do they charge their car? How do they drive the vehicle? And also indicating where that should go for an onward life. So there's many different use cases where the consumer can fit in, but I think the key challenge is that they need to trust the information and also trust the brands and OEMs that are making that statement.
Yeah, I think the people's perception on recycling, circular economy has definitely become more and more positive. That particularly reflects to the younger generation. If you look, for example, Zalando's web shop, the most used search word today is sustainability or sustainable clothing. So people are actively looking into that. Whether that always translates into kind of shopping behavior, let's say that remains to be seen. I also guess that it's because the kind of sustainable clothing or let's say recycled clothing is not yet on a par on the consumer's expectation, but definitely that has an impact as the brands take it very seriously and they do believe on the shift and transition, so on the consumer's behavior, and that's why they are building on the future on the new materials.
Very good. So positive future in that respect. We have a next panel coming soon. It will be about the kind of ecosystem players, supporters, friends of companies, I guess, to put it in that way. So what do you need to kind of from the kind of ecosystem point of view? In Silicon Valley, when I was working, everybody has to offer beer if somebody said systemic change. But I think nowadays it's more common used word. Not sure in your businesses, but what kind of support do you need from the ecosystem players? What is your wish list?
And I would say fundamentally, you can't have a circular proposition without an ecosystem support. So from my own research into support of collaborative innovation for circular economy, one of the key challenges was having a mechanism to transfer information. Because if we look at a reuse case, if we want to extend the product life via remanufacturing, just to do the diagnostics, now the end-of-life recovery of plastic materials is a very manual process. But if you look at the remanufacturing process, the core of the vehicle, if they can't diagnose that within 10 minutes, they throw it out. That's a huge waste of resource because they don't have the information at hand. I would also imagine with Pesri's example, the information that he needs to send to his downstream customers is critical for their ability to not only use the material, but then also recover it end of life. Maybe even Pesri and his organization wants to recover that back and put it into their processes because they know what it is. So this ecosystem, it's around getting companies in the physical world, developing the technology for both recovery of the materials through robotics, but it's also creating that infrastructure where, data, knowledge can be transferred as well. I mean, that's why I'm in the business of what I'm doing at this moment in time. I'm imagining there's also some examples with yourself as well.
Yes, I received this question like multiple times, like what's the tangible thing or what's the tangible wish list? And it's still very hard to sort of pinpoint. If I consider ecosystem, I consider Nordics as an ecosystem, for example, for us. It's no surprise that, for example, in our market, biggest players are from Nordics. Why? Because of a million different things. Because of what is the consumer behavior? What's the level of sustainability in everyday comms? What are other businesses doing beyond our market and so on? So sort of vague answer, actually not an answer to your question, but like here, a lot of good elements have been on place.
Yeah, thank you.
And we see the difference now when for example, discovering or exploring Eastern Europe.
Okay,
for example.
Very good.
Yeah, very strong ecosystem is needed. I've been discussing so many times already of the importance of the brands and their manufacturers, that part of the supply chain. Then of course also on the kind of waste collection side, waste sorting side is definitely also needed a strong development. Let's face the fact that globally the waste collection or the collection rates are still very, very low. So lots needs to be happening there. Then the say politicians can still do a lot. So if you want to kind of speed up the accelerate development, you can always, let's say, by leveling the playground between the kind of traditional technologies, linear technologies, and kind of new circular technologies, you can speed up the transition. I don't say that it wouldn't happen naturally, but if we want to save this planet, we probably better also to accelerate the development and level the playground.
If I can just add one point on this, though, I think one of the other things is many organizations are waiting to see what everyone else is doing. So I think my wish list, I just thought of this afterwards, some champions who are willing to take a risk and really put their flag in and say, come and join us, we're trying to do this.
I would agree that there's a lot that industries, like cross industries collaboration that can be done, but we see this Europe compared to some other markets. We're also in Northern America, and we are in developed Asia, that in Europe there's definitely this political will and legislation that kind of pushes development as well, which really creates a strong market for us here in Europe. And I think also this public-private collaboration is needed there, because there's not always awareness that there are actually technologies that help us reach those recovery targets and those purity targets. There are that many players yet, but it's happening. So there could be, I guess, more collaboration between the public side as well to raise that awareness.
Very good. Thank you. Very kind of versatile answers from the whole spectrum of different players here. I'm looking at the clock that I think we are about to finish, and I'm sure that you are busy people having a next funding round or making a deal. So I let you go at this stage, and let's give a big applause for our panelists.
And also our startup speakers who is contributing their experience and insights on how the circular startups and company can really drive in this transition and achieving sustainability with innovation and products that they have. And so now we will move. It was a very good transition card made and talking about the startup ecosystem or business support environment that we are trying to build for all our business and the startups. So now I would like to welcome our dear speakers, Mr. Joni Launama from Startup Foundation and Mikko Järve, Haga-Helia University of Applied Sciences, to join the stage together with Kari on the topic of building a world-class entrepreneurial ecosystem in Helsinki-Uusimaa, supporting green and digital transition and ecosystem actors' point of view. And unfortunately, Frederick Preisler sent his greetings. He just happened to have the fever yesterday, so he said he would join us online. It means like he will be with us in his spirit. But now the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Please have a seat first. And it's great that I have a second opportunity to be here and a moderator. So hopefully it wasn't that bad in the first one. So let's move. Yeah, but please go sit. It will take some time here anyway. But it's great to have you here. And now we have like not like a fireside chat, but close to that, I think, in this winter day. But it's really about the ecosystem players, and we were just having a discussion with startups and their needs, and it's good to continue and flip the coin to a little bit different point of view here. And it's good to have such a long expertise. We haven't met before, Mikko, but Jouni we have known for some time, so great to have you here. But we could start first by having the kind of short intro from both of you. And if you want to sit, that's fine. If you want to see from the slides here, that's either is fine. But maybe if you start from Jouni, you could introduce yourself and your company. Yeah, please.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm gonna need some assistance with the slides, I suppose. Okay. So I'm not Frederick. Yep. So I'm Jouni. I'm with the Startup Foundation. Good afternoon, everyone. It says here that we want to support next generation of entrepreneurship, and I think that's really what it's about in the green transition. That we need to attract new entrepreneurs and new kind of companies so that the change becomes possible. The foundation is a private organization that supports the growth of startup companies, and like in the previous talks, we consider that really Nordics is the playground here. We like to express that we do two things. So, like, first of all, gardening of different initiatives and different projects, both new and existing ones, and then another equally important thing is the culture. That the culture is vivid, open, inclusive, so that always new people and different kind of people want to join the ecosystem and become entrepreneurs. What we do in practice, so we are the non-profit owner for a number of rather important activities here in Helsinki. Obviously, Slush is the big thing, and that's why we are here today. Slush is a daughter company at the foundation, and so are the other brands here. The Shortcut is providing trainings for mostly the immigrants, and trainings would be in digital skills and entrepreneurship. Junction is a large hackathon event. Basically, it was just a week ago here in Helsinki, but also at multiple sites across Europe and globally. Wave Ventures is a student-led VC company, a small fund that is doing really early stage investments. And then we are a shareholder in Maria 01, where we are here, which is a public-private partnership with the city of Helsinki and an association called Helsinki-Uusimaa EER, which I don't know the name for. And I think this is really important here, so that there's no one tool, but there's different kinds of things that are necessary for the ecosystem to flourish. And what we want to do besides the kind of existing things, we also believe that there's need for some renewals, which would mean that the ecosystem becomes more diverse, more purpose-driven, and also so that much more science-based companies and initiatives are born. And it will take some different measures than what have been created in the past. What we started is that we have some new projects that we're running ourselves. So there's a Nordic collaboration called Scale Up Academy, where we are having our first batch of 10 companies from Sweden and Finland, and really in a growth phase. So revenues more than 2 million euros, and this is a 12-month program run virtually. Then we also had another boot camp just 2 weeks ago on sustainability and space. We're working on startup data, but we believe that there should be not just like us working, but there's room for new initiatives, and therefore we gave out a handful of grants for new teams and new initiatives on different things, mostly students, mostly like young people, and we believe this is the key, that we are inviting and encouraging new people and new teams, both as entrepreneurs but also as participants in the ecosystem. And I think this is going to be the driver for the transition towards the green and sustainable future. So that's all for my part as the introduction. So thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jouni. So let's take Mikko next, please.
Yes, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mikko Järvinen, and I'm coming from Haaga-Helia University of Applied Science. So bring greetings from the academia side for this event. And today I'm filling in for Teemu Sautonen, who wasn't actually, unfortunately, isn't able to join us here today. as Haaga-Helia, we are part of a strategic alliance between 3 universities of applied science in the region, the largest ones being Haaga-Helia, Laurea, and Metropolia. And we're also contributing a bit to the European Entrepreneurial Region year as a consortium. And well, the approach that we are looking for in the part of being an ecosystem, of course, the major role of the universities here, especially on the applied sciences side, is educating future talent. So together we are reaching around 30,000 students every year and bringing in the themes, the topics of circular economy, sustainability, also through that basic activity of training new talent for the ecosystem. In addition to that, we're also quite heavily involved in lifelong learning in different kind of development initiatives, research and development projects funded by European Union through Horizon instrument and similar. And in those areas, we're really looking into finding ways to support the small and medium enterprises in this region. And few initiatives that we're looking into on that one is well, essentially introducing micro-credentials on sustainability issues so that small and medium enterprises are also able to improve their competencies in those businesses. We're also looking into public procurements. Can we make more efficient ways for public procurement processes to account for sustainability aspects? And also providing opportunities for companies to interact with the students on developing some of these sustainability projects and renewing their business models. So that's briefly on what the 3 universities are contributing for this one, and interested to get into the panel discussion and discuss a bit more on these ones.
Thank you, Mikko. Please take a seat, and there's a mic there as well, so very good. Okay, let's move ahead. So the first question is, of course, you covered a bit in your introduction about your role and how to support entrepreneurs, but maybe if we think about, at least from my experience so far, and tell me if I'm wrong, but to me it seems that the digital and the green transition and the entrepreneurs are mostly focusing on the digital side. If I think about the Finnish context, for example, Slush as an event, or maybe also from where the kind of big companies at the moment are coming from. But how do you see that? Is that really true, or is there like a emerging kind of startup culture which starts really from the green transition point of view? How do you see the ecosystem at the moment? Do you want to start, Jouni?
Sure. I see that there's definitely a lot of new things emerging. At the same time, of course, the digital is the, like, historically the strong point of the Finnish ecosystem. So I don't see that it's surprising that because of the strong game industry and all the software and so on, that the digital is the first. But I see that there's more and more sustainable companies that are concentrating on those fields emerging. There's obviously a point that it's usually like hardware is harder than software. So this is also taking place here. It takes longer times. It takes different kind of and long-term financing, and it also getting the product to the market will take a longer time. So therefore, it's we're just starting to see the emergence of new companies.
Very good. Thanks, Jouni. What about Mikko?
Yeah, maybe a couple of vantage points to that one. Firstly, in the day-to-day, I'm working quite a lot with our student entrepreneurs, with the university side. And definitely you start seeing sustainability questions capturing the attentions of the young talent there. On the other hand, a bit part of the Entrepreneurial Region year, we've been interacting quite a lot with established small and medium enterprises and looking into what are the current challenges that they're facing with digitalization and also on the sustainability side. And you could say that also the more established small and medium enterprises are a bit more further away on the digitalization side, but things regarding to sustainability are maybe something that people are more curious of. Entrepreneurs are maybe looking into if there's something interesting for us in this topic.
Very good.
There's another point to what Mikko was just saying, then that has to do that like a lot of the digital startups are actually like student teams that established but then like starting something that's really like profound and meaningful in the sustainability space is also requiring more talent, and maybe there is a need for more like cross scientific teams, and also so that's it's not just the young people but together with people with knowledge in the field.
Yeah, I agree. That's an ideal situation. What about, I asked in the previous panel, their wish list from the company point of view, what kind of support do they need? From your point of view, you both see a lot of companies and their needs. So what is your answer? What do the companies need from the ecosystem players at the moment? And maybe also compared to, let's say, 10 years ago, has it changed somehow? Is there something new that is coming up when it comes to the ecosystem player support?
Yeah, maybe I can get started with this one. So my perspective from the ecosystem side is, of course, from the university side. And the question that companies tend to ask quite a lot is, well, first we ask them that what is the competencies, what are the skills that you would need at the moment? And then they got back to us and saying that, well, actually the question is, what are the skills and competencies needed in 5 years? And we should be accounting for that. So that's one perspective. I mean, of course, one point is that it's a question of talent. I think all of the companies are on a lookout for great talent, and that's where the kind of like biggest competition is happening. So if we as a university can kind of like somehow contribute in that, that's one thing. Second thing is that universities have an interesting opportunity also for, well, I mean, you have the science universities, but also on the universities of applied science, we have access to maybe a different type of funding instruments also. So building together consortium projects, leveraging some of the EU instruments, that is something that where we are happy to see ourselves participating with the ecosystem.
Yeah, I can understand also that it requires very specific know-how to build that kind of network project in the European scale as well.
Exactly.
Yeah. What about you?
Yeah, there's obviously one major change in the last few years, which is the availability of private capital. I mean, there's really a boom. For now, for 4 consecutive years, the amount of VC investments has like made a new record, a new mark. So, and this seems to be continuing even this year. So that's definitely a good thing for companies that are in the growth phase already. What I see now during COVID as the risk that when everything is become virtual so much, that is there enough places and circumstances for cross-fertilization of ideas? Because I mean, in order to get the new teams, also if the amount of capital is raising, it means that it's not sufficient to have the same amount of new teams each year, but we're actually going to need more. So how are we going to make sure that there's enough of new teams emerging? And this is something I feel is a risk now during COVID times. Then another thing that I think is important that was also mentioned in the previous panel is the procurement side of the what could cities do much more is that instead of just purchasing from the established like bigger companies with good references, good quality, everything that can be proven, why not at least a part of the money that is already being spent used for more innovative purchases, because that would be really the strong thing. It's good that there's piloting money. It's usually not that hard to get some pilots, but after that there's a big like threshold from getting to the market, and then actually it's better if also the public sector is as a customer than just supporting the businesses. It's much more market proof, and that will be then helpful for the private customers and for the private money as well.
Yeah, thank you for indeed also answering the chat question. There was a question how municipalities can support companies. So you gave a very good answer to that. Maybe the follow-up question to you, as you raised the public procurement, to my understanding, it's not really kind of used as a tool yet, at least insufficiently. So it's more like there is goals and aims, but to get it in the level that there is in the public procurement, there is maybe requirements for circularity or sustainability, etc. So how do you see that? What could be the change there that it really is used as a tool and be as a customer?
Of course, the number one thing is that if everything is so that the cost is always the big thing, that the small companies really cannot compete with the cost. I mean, at the same way as more established players, and then the innovativeness of solutions, so that even if it's at the moment it's not better than some existing, but that in few years it will become much more interesting. So that would also like weigh in the criteria when those are evaluated. And then of course not everything is the same. Definitely there's like health and safety related, and there you need to be more conservative and more careful, but not everything that cities are purchasing is like really that critical. So why not be a bit more risk allowing and a bit more experimental there as well?
Yeah. What about Mikko? Do you have advice for municipalities or any other points that we have discussed so far?
Yeah, I'm just recollecting this maybe 10 years back with a startup having a discussion on this innovative procurement approach with municipalities, and I hope development has happened. I mean, in 10 years with that one, but I guess you have kind of like some difficulties there, because I mean it's clearly a risk-averse project. Nobody wants to get sued to markkinaoikeus and so on. So there are probably human factors also there in play.
Very good, and I was really fascinated about both your points about talent, and every company is looking for talent. So one thing that we have at Sitra observed, for example, in circular economy, is that companies, in fact, don't exactly know. Maybe what you said, I think, that they don't know exactly what kind of talent they are needing in the future. So how could we go beyond that? What are the kind of answers that you give to the companies when they are asking for the talent for next 5 years?
That's a difficult one. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot that you can do within the kind of like existing structures, also with the universities. So it's not like that. It's about executing a 20-year-old curriculum or so on. So it's more about kind of like being able to a bit renew the curriculums, make sure that you have processes in place that keep those up to date. Answering the question of what kind of skills are needed in 5 years, I think it's a bigger one. I wouldn't want to go on a limb and throw anything here at this point.
Are you brave enough?
Well,
I'm joking.
I'm thinking a bit in different terms, and what I see is important. There's places like this, like Maria, where there's like space where you can like have dialogue and discussions, and like in a way invent the future together with other entrepreneurs and teams, and not just yourself alone somewhere thinking like what will be my talent teams, but like be really shaping it, what comes. And then it's a question of critical mass, so that there's enough of people, enough of diversity, and I certainly see that there would be like need for, I mean, if we're considering the green transition, there would be need for similar like strongholds for certain things. And I know there's good developments around food in Viikki. There's a plan to build a green chemistry park in Espoo. So there's like things are emerging, and I think those are the places where you will attract talent, and then it's not so like black and white. It's not a planning thing in itself, like what talent will we need. certainly for institutions that are educating it's a bit, but it's not at least it's not rigid planning.
Yeah, very good point. And I think you have also a little bit like testing grounds and pilot areas. At least we have been seeing some of those very interesting experiments as well, where students and companies can come together and find solutions.
Yeah, exactly. That's one of the interesting areas, because it's also, if you think it from the recruitment perspective, this kind of like old-fashioned approach of throwing your CVs around is probably fine for some purposes, but building structure where you actually get to work together with the students who might be looking for internship position, looking for junior positions, those kind of structures are quite interesting. And some of the things that we're doing together with the Alliance of 3 universities is 10 days 100 challenges, which where essentially the participating company can throw in some type of challenge, a bit of a reverse pitching, and have the student teams to actually sort that for 10 days. And I think these kind of like structures, they're very interesting. This is a bit lengthy one, but I want to throw it in here
ahead.
also, because
we have time.
Having also a discussion with this very blue-collar entrepreneur. The company is situated in Kehä 3, somewhere there, 5 million turnover, 50 employees, and just discussing about sustainability questions. And he's kind of like, yeah, I have some ideas, and he comes up with maybe a dozen ideas that he's been kind of like thinking of. And then those are really interesting. What are you going to do next with those? I'm not going to do anything with those. I have my hands full with my running this business, so I cannot kind of like do anything with these things. And then it's like, well, should we kind of like find a way that maybe we build a student team or something around this, and you can be kind of like a sponsoring that one, or let's see what comes out of there. So these kind of like more creative type of things, it's something enjoyable both for the student side and might turn out to be something interesting also.
It's a very good example, a very vivid one, and requires a lot from the kind of teachers, that they are embedded in the society and there's a trust and connections and discussions ongoing. So that's very good example. I see that you are about to jump in or not. You can decide.
I don't know. I suppose it also requires some like risk taking from the teachers, because then it's not like something in the usual curricula, and then it's not guaranteed that it will succeed. But I definitely see that that's the way to go forward and go ahead and find something new.
Exactly. It's it probably varies if you're in nursing or some kind of how would I say, more kind of like rigid disciplinary. You will be taking a lot of more risk with that one. But if you're teaching business, you cannot go wrong.
It's good, almost like good closing, but let's not go there yet. We have some other factors to discuss here. Let's move to the Uusimaa region, which is, of course, the topic of today as well. And there is, of course, a lot of things happening here as well. But from your point of view, the green and digital transition in Uusimaa, what are the kind of strongholds of this region? What you would pick up, and maybe also some of the challenges as well?
I suppose starting from the challenge, in itself, it's a challenge if we're thinking too much regionally. I know where it comes from and so on, but still, that's one challenge. It definitely should be thought more in terms of the verticals, like what are the industries that are now emerging. And I think there's like really interesting things happening in the pulp and paper side, like for example, kind of companies already presented here today. So that's like one, but then if it's confined in Uusimaa, I don't know, probably not. But then what's great about Uusimaa is that there's enough of people, enough of connections, so that we can attract also like people from the Nordics and build networks and build. I think networks would be my number one thing for going forward.
A little bit like Uusimaa is a state of mind rather than borders here.
Hopefully.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I mean that's a fair point. I mean, it's the solutions are probably not going to be very regional, in a sense that that are going to be developed, and also the kind of like problems that should be solved are broader than just regional. But I think still, I mean, it's you have the kind of like trust element in place. That's one thing that is kind of like going forward with this region. It's rather low key to interact with different business players, different ecosystem players. So I think I think it's I wouldn't say it's that tangible, the what we have in this region, but I think it's more. I would more like to revert to these more kind of like intangible things that it's just might be a very good place to start actually solving some of these global problems.
And maybe in terms of what we could easily do here is like a lot of product development and a lot of like R&D based business, and then if the production sites need to be somewhere else, that's just perfect. Meaning that then we'll try to build those networks and capabilities that allow like great products to be emerging from this region.
Very good. So maybe we could switch to a little bit different angle, and this is more about now the sustainability and especially circular economy point of view. In the last panel, it was I think all the companies were stating that you have to have all players to work together. It's a little bit different than just try to get your own market share, but you have to build the ecosystem as well. What's your take on that view, and maybe build on that from the kind of ecosystem support point of view, if you will?
I suppose it comes back to that like Finland is too small of a market for almost anything, so it's always going to be like for the global markets, and then as an individual company you're going to be too small, so therefore it makes sense to build strong alliances and also get support and learnings from one another, so it makes total and perfect sense.
Yeah. Right, Mikko.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have not much to add on that one. I mean, it's maybe going back to one of the first discussions that we already had, that this digital and let's say circular economy perspectives. I mean, inherently, I would say that the latter one are more complex with the business models, I would imagine. Also, probably technology-wise, might be also more demanding, and maybe that kind of like maybe it is an extra barrier to kind of like cross to have the all the partners that you require for your business model to be in place and moving forward with that one. Would it be easier to put something like together in this region than somewhere else? Maybe there is some type of openness and willingness to collaborate that could be leveraged here.
Do you want to, Jouni, continue? All right, that's fair. So
that is well put,
yeah. So let's say with that. So what about the kind of international perspective? You mentioned, Jouni, in your opening that you look like a Nordic as your playground. Is it fair to say, in the sense that? But could you open up a bit? What does it really mean for you if you take let's go from the Uusimaa to really international level? So how do you actually manage the international scene from your perspective?
I suppose it comes a lot back to like knowing the people and meeting the people in events like Slush, and usually the startup communities are really open, so it's easy to reach out and ask for support, and also ask for, if you want to go deeper into a field or subject, it's usually quite easy to like through a few people to find the true experts, and that's also something that is really helpful when you're looking at like emerging fields like the sustainable businesses.
Is it also that when you have your startups and etc. and different boot camps, whatnot? So are you kind of leveraging those networks somehow for your company? So how does it work in the practice?
I'd say more and more, and of course now the digital jump, or whatever you like to call it, has made that people are really used to working digital, like virtual meetings means that it's much easier and much faster to reach out to people. So it's becoming more and more a way of working, and I think there's much more potential with that.
Yeah, interesting. From your case.
Yeah, maybe just a personal note on that one. It's never been so easy to participate in international conference than during the past years. It's making world smaller again with one step or so on. Yeah, maybe from the university perspective and the international aspect, it's kind of slightly different. I mentioned previously the EU projects, which kind of like forces us also to seek for collaboration partners outside of this country, and participate in some quite interesting networks also through that one. And then something that maybe one asset that we are underutilizing currently is the pool of international students that we're receiving in the higher education institutes here. So yeah, I've been now with the university for 3 years, and I never kind of like figured out this business model where we run hoops and loops to attract students from other countries to study here, and then provide the well, free education. These days it costs something if you're coming from outside of EU, and then these people return to their countries. So it's not really kind of like making sense, and capturing that talent, actually taking the advantage of their networks, their skills, their cultural understanding, and leveraging those in the startups, in the businesses that are looking for the international growth. I mean, maybe it's a step better than hiring a Finn and putting him as a country manager somewhere in, let's say, Nigeria. I've heard that also happen.
Perhaps. Jouni, have you been tapping this talent that Mikko is talking about?
Yeah, and it's like the usual Finnish labor market. It's still very closed. Like besides a few like truly international big companies, but most of the time the labor market is pretty closed. So I'm hoping that the growth companies and startups are going to be the field where it's easier to enter the labor market. But I mean, it's still not like too easy, and there's still much more work that needs to be done.
Are the like growth appetite companies looking for talent? Are they getting talent outside of Finland at the moment?
Yes,
enough?
yes. And well, not enough. I think it's becoming like bigger threshold than it used to be. That access to capital used to be the number one challenge, but now the like talent is becoming more and more the like slowing the growth. Obviously, they are getting talent, so it's but it's more and more required.
Is it even relevant to nowadays after COVID with these online meetings and remote working? Is it relevant to get the people here in the first place?
Well, it depends a lot on what kind of work you're doing. So in some cases you can build it really distributed, but it depends on what you do really.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, let's Mikko, now exactly for you, and of course also for Jouni, the education institutes at the moment, and how do you see you also pointed to circular economy at some point, that the business models are complex. So how do you see the education sectors like a push for circularity and the competence and the integrating this in the education curriculums, whatnot? So how do you see that? Is it happening at the moment? Is this like a trend that is strengthening at the moment?
I think we are seeing those circular economy going to the curriculums, and we are seeing, of course, the lecturers, researchers paying more attention attention to that one. And also with these different projects with the industry players, there are initiatives for maybe, let's say, consumer electronics and circular economy on those topics. What would be the platforms required to enable some of those reverse logistics on that specific field? So there are initiatives that are maybe aiming to make a contribution on the industry side, but also building the competencies in the academia to be able to pass that forward. So yes, I would say that this is it is a topic that is growing.
Is it, from your opinion, top-down or bottom-up approach at the moment, or both?
Yeah, I mean, it's of course these policies and development programs. Those affect the universities also. It's like, well, I mean, the researchers, the lecturers are on a lookout on what is the next policy and how we can kind of like contribute on this one. But I think it works the way around also. So you get kind of inputs also from the industry through your networks and so on, so on. So I think that would be more the bottom-up type of approach.
Right.
My thinking is that we are in a rush right now, so that there's desperate need for new solutions, and like for the climate change. So like just depending on the people that are now entering the university, it will take too long time. So we also need more like crash courses on people that are already in industry and in business, so that they can make the transition in their companies as well.
Do you know what is the situation at the moment where companies are looking for that kind of crash courses?
I know that like some people are like more and more interested in that. There's a few at least in some polytechnics and universities. There's this kind of curricula, so that those are very popular. But I don't know if it's like sufficient at all.
Right. What about Mikko? Is it sufficient?
I think we have still work to do. We're actually in process now, kind of like getting a bit insights from the small and medium enterprises in this region on the sustainability topics. And so far what we discovered is that a lot of just basic information is needed, kind of like understanding basic things, that is there an opportunity for us and what we can actually do in these topics. So I think there is need for that. How well are we currently fulfilling that need? We probably could do better with that one also, contribute a bit on that.
There's like a specific, for example, a specific challenge that there might be that there's more and more requirements on companies to prove their impact, and in terms of some EU taxonomy or some other measures, and then if companies are not like well in it, it becomes like difficult to get certain kinds of funding. So that's like one specific challenge.
Yeah, maybe on addition to that, of course, you get typically requirements from your customers coming from the downstream. If you're supplying a larger business, which is kind of like respecting the some of the ESG requirements, those get passed on to the suppliers quite easily. So that's kind of like one key that is making companies, especially manufacturing, interested on this one. But then one interesting aspect more on the service business side is that it kind of like comes back to the talent. So some of the companies are kind of like discovering that in order to actually be able to attract this talent to their companies, they need to actually show what they are doing in the sustainability field also. And I think that is quite interesting opportunity, and some driver that could be kind of like really meaningful for making the change.
And also, like I believe as a whole ecosystem, we need to be more we need to continue to be the place if for young people and other people if they want to make the change in the world. So this is the number one way of doing it, and so that the only way is not to just like demonstrate and I don't mean to say that it's not good also to raise voices in the public, but there's if you want to do something about sustainable things, this is still the number one way, but it needs to be more open. We need to attract different kind of founders and different kind of people to the ecosystem.
Very good. I think with that, I'd like to thank you and give a big applaud for our panelists. Thank you very much for discussion.
Thank you, Kari. I would actually like to also conclude. Thank you also for Mikko and also Joni for taking part. There's an interesting comment online from Nicola Balik. He said that total addressable market for any kind of product depends on the level of education or market. How well are they that they have a problem that needs to be solved? This is the biggest challenge of sustainability. If entrepreneurs need to do the education or the market base, it presents a significant fraction. Public body will need to take a responsibility and serve as educators or enablers of education. I think this sounds very well of the discussion here today, talk about the importance of the talents and skills and the role of the public sector in this process. So thank you so much for the very good panel and the discussion. Thank you very much. Very soon, I'm not standing between you and your coffee break. So before that, I would like to invite my colleagues, Miranda and Simo, who are the team of the European Entrepreneurial Region, Helsinki-Uusimaa 2022. Taking this opportunity, I would like to invite them both on the stage and introduce themselves and also share a little bit what we have planned to do next year for the promotion of European Entrepreneurial Region for Helsinki-Uusimaa.
Yes, hello. My name is Miranda Sundholm, and as project coordinator of this EER year here in Helsinki-Uusimaa, I would of course like to encourage everyone to follow us. We will publish everything with the hashtag EER 2022 Uusimaa. And of course, if you'd like to get our attention, you should use the hashtag as well. In Finnish, we will be using the social media accounts of Uudenmaan Liitto, which is the regional authority. And in English, we will be using the account of Helsinki Smart Region.
Thank you, Miranda. So my name is Simo Karetti. I'm the project manager for the Helsinki-Uusimaa EER year. So thank you very much for joining us in this launch event for Helsinki-Uusimaa EER year. As Miranda mentioned, we are seeking followers, but in addition to that, we are very much seeking for partners for our mission. I think both panels, previous panels, concluded that collaboration within an ecosystem and among networks, within networks, is very much needed. So join us. That's our platform, helsinkismart.fi/EER. You can join our events. You'll find those there. You can present your ideas and announce your own EER-related event in Uusimaa. And whether you're a player in regionally, in Nordic or EU playground, you can, and please do contact us for collaboration. Thank you. And now back to Christine, who will probably announce a break.
Yes, it's about time. All right, thank you so much for your patience and time. We will now have about 30 minutes break and resume the proceeding at about 3:30 Finnish time and 2:30 Brussels time. And please, for on-site colleagues, audience, there will be some coffee and refreshments. For the audience online, please go and grab a coffee for yourself, go out for a walk, or then try to arrange a meeting with someone online, have a chat. See you in a while. Welcome back. I hope you have pumped up with energy after having a coffee. I hope you did go out for a short walk if you are connecting from home or office. I also hope you maybe had some dialogues with someone. So in this first part, we heard about how business support actors, entrepreneurs, and Helsinki-Uusimaa as a regional authority approach the topics of innovation, digitalization, and climate change. We will now look at this from a different perspective, a micro and a systematical approach. The following section is the closing event of the Interlinking European Entrepreneurial Regions project, which has been funded by the European Innovation Council and SME Executive Agency, EISMEA, and supervised and supported by the European Commission. In the past 3 years, a group of 16 European entrepreneurial regions, including Helsinki-Uusimaa, have worked on mapping and exchange good practices to build collaboration. So for this second part, the lineup speakers will not only present the conclusion of their in-depth work, but will also share the ideas of good practices initiative that would like to work with you for the future collaboration. Now, I would like to invite the key sponsor of this great initiative, Miss Corina Barbu, from the EISMEA agency, to give an overview on what this project is about.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me well? Perfect. My name is Corina Barbu, and I am the project officer in charge of this project in EISMEA. EISMEA, as many of you know, stands for the European Innovation Council and SME's executive agency. And it is the contracting authority managing this project together with our colleagues in DG GROW and Committee of the Regions. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the final event of the European Entrepreneurial Regions Phase 2 project funded by the COSME program. The primary focus of COSME, together with the Single Market Program, lies in supporting SMEs to ease access to new markets, improve conditions for businesses, and encourage the development of an entrepreneurial culture. The scope of today's event is to hear how EER in the last 3 years has successfully helped foster collaboration in the European Entrepreneurial Regions, facilitate peer learning on innovative practices in startup and scale-up support, and help entrepreneurs scale across the single market. The main objectives of the project were to support the development of framework conditions for entrepreneurs to thrive in regions, interconnect public authorities in regions to work on better support entrepreneurial ecosystems, and identify synergies and complementarities between entrepreneurial regions. Without anticipating on the achievements of the project, there is no doubt that it was a success. Despite some difficulties, also due to COVID-19, you managed to perform all the tasks. This is the best opportunity for me to congratulate all of you on the commitment you have shown from the beginning of the project until now, and the significant milestones that you have achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Corina. So there is another key person that is really behind this massive EER network from the Econ Commission of the European Community Region, Mr. Piotr Zajakowski. He's the officer of the European Entrepreneurial Region Secretariat that has been really creating this cooperation. Piotr.
Good afternoon. I hope you can hear me.
Very well.
Great. It's my honor to speak to you today on behalf of the European Committee of the Regions, who is managing the EER award. I will be brief also in my intervention. First of all, a big thanks to the hosts from Helsinki-Uusimaa, to the project partners and to the Commission. With your work, you have brought the EER to a higher level, from a regional award scheme to a real cross-border collaboration tool, and that is something excellent. Let me stress what really matters to us is really the fact that you are committed to learn from each other, discuss and find solutions to common challenges, across different thematic areas, be it digitalization, circular economy, ecosystems development, medtech, agro-food, a whole variety of areas. And your project has given the opportunity to connect to relevant partners in the regions, get them involved and get them to speak to their peers in other regions. And this is something that we really support, and we are really proud of that. We know that it's not straightforward. This type of exchanges and cross-border collaborations are pretty complex, and yet you have succeeded. So today is a moment to take stock and reflect how the legacy that has been built over the last 2 years can be continued, with the benefit, of course, to your territories. You can count on the Committee of the Regions, our Econ Commission. We will continue to support the collaboration among the EER regions. And well, I look forward to your views and ideas to see how we can capitalize on the EER award in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Piotr. I think now you are probably very excited and wondering what this project is about. So now we really like to give the floor to the two main coordinators of this EER interlinking EER region project, Laura Roman and Isabelle de Baudry of the Technopolis group. Laura, are you with us?
Hello, yes.
Hi, the floor is yours now.
Thank you, Christine. I'm so sorry I cannot be there to quarantine these days. But indeed, so I'm Laura Roman from Technopolis Group, and together with our colleagues from IDEA Consult, where Isabelle is representing, we've been coordinating this project for the past 2 years, and it's been a really enriching experience also for us to be among all the very committed stakeholders from the EER regions and make this magic happen of really creating space for discussions and understanding what can be done together across Europe. So let me share my screen also. I've prepared a presentation on what we have really achieved and what activities we've been performing these past years, so that we can give you a better picture of what has been happening. I hope you can see it. I'll also enlarge it. Okay, so briefly, overall, the project, as Maive Rute was saying earlier, was about bringing together the European entrepreneurial regions in a common for a common space to develop collaborations. To help peer learning, learn more about innovative practices, especially for startup and scale-up support, because the regions are, of course, really committed to support their entrepreneurial ecosystems. And based on this peer learning, develop concrete action plans so that in the future, they can take them forward and really implement these types of cooperations in their individual setup. And of course, all with a view to ultimately help entrepreneurs scale across the single market. So over the past 2 years, we've been engaging 18 regions in total, all across Europe. You can see here the map. There were 2 different phases. The regions joined first in 2000. 10 regions joined in 2019, and then 8 other regions joined in 2020. To find common ground for discussion and for common action implementation. So how did we engage the regions in this path towards identifying how to work together? Well, first, we've been mapping also what was happening in the regional ecosystem. So we've developed in-depth mapping reports of the 18 regional ecosystems. This was based on a framework for ecosystem analysis that was also developed within the project together with experts at the beginning. And then based on these mapping and the discussions with the regions, we've been identifying priorities for what is important for each region to cooperate on. And then how can we put them together to identify these synergies? So what are common priorities for regions to work together on? So this ended up in developing matrix of synergies, and for each synergy, like a collaboration topic, we call them, developing scoping notes or short reports on what is happening in that sector, like circular economy, for instance, in the region, so that there is some, at least some idea of who are the stakeholders that can be involved, what have been the policies there, and what are the strategies, what is then the goal for each region to pursue in that field. And once these synergies were identified, then we moved on to the learning and connection phase as well. And here there was the core as well of really engaging in a lot of meetings. There were lots of webinars and presentations from each region to get to know each other, and just present themselves to all the stakeholders that were relevant for each field, present themselves, and try to figure out ways to engage with the other regions. So there were very diverse activities that we were developing together with the regions. There were opportunities for a lot of exchanges, and we've also at the same time facilitated conversations that could perhaps lead to service or project development in case there's some idea for related EU funding, and ultimately how some of these ideas can be developed into action plans. So right now we've identified 8 action plans, and based on that, the regions can continue working on. Just some key figures also on the peer learning and connecting phase that we've done. So just so you understand how interactive the project was, there were already 44 peer learning and working group meetings on 12 different topics. We've engaged over 200 stakeholders in the different fields, because we had 12 topics again that we were pursuing. There were also more in-depth discussions between different clusters or organizations related to experience sharing between different regions. Like, for instance, Central Macedonia setting up a meeting with Axio from Catalonia to learn about their open innovation program and how this could be implemented in Central Macedonia. So this was a very in-depth discussion on how this type of a program can be developed and perhaps transferred to a different region. We've also had a policy hackathon, which is a workshop that supports solution development. Once we've identified a really key needs in the group of medtech on how to support the strategic independence of medtech scale-ups and the medtech sector at EU level. We've organized this recently at the EISMEA Assembly in November 2021. And it was really interesting to see how diverse stakeholders from outside the EER, the core EER group, really engaged with the topics we were looking at, such as how to develop a regulatory compass for navigating the medtech regulations, and how to support the public procurers of innovations learn and to support more innovations and to take up more innovations from the medtech field. And now, again, we're helping more connections develop in Helsinki through the study visit that was supported today. There was a visit to the XR Center, for instance, this morning. And of course, more networking happening, hopefully also on the spot and now also online, I see. One last thing for the final connections and development during the project, there will be a matchmaking event next week as well. So for those of you who are not available today for a meeting online and who are not able to be in Helsinki, there is the opportunity for more one-to-one conversations. It's on the matchmaking platform that is open next week. And also we've been supporting startups directly. We've been trying to engage the regions and our stakeholders to reach out to the startups because we've been offering some key activities and support to them. There was, for instance, we've organized a pitching event at the EBN Congress. And before that, there was an investment readiness training offered. And then 6 startups benefited from the pitching experience in front of a very diverse audience. And right now, in parallel to this event, there's the Scale Up Summit as well, organized by Mind the Bridge, where 5 startups have been selected to get matched in the open innovation ecosystem of the Mind the Bridge agency, and there they will be engaged with the corporate innovators and investors. So that's on the side of the connection and peer learning. As you've seen, a very diverse offer of lots of connection building activities. And now I'd like to invite my colleague Isabel to also present how we've been from these synergy building and peer learning phase, building actions as well that can perhaps be implemented in the future. Isabel?
Thank you, Laura. Yes, and also from my side, sorry that you're not here and that we could not share the stage here and finish together physically, but happy to have you online with us. Indeed, Laura already mentioned that we've been discussing many themes during this project, and actually here you see we started off with identifying 12 collaboration areas, really bottom up, together with the regions through discussions and exchange. What are the themes that interest all the regions involved? To learn from one another, to explore possible interregional collaboration. So you see the different themes here. Some of them thematically quite focused on medtech, on agri-food, others more transversal, like on access to finance, for instance, or soft landing in a region. So all these different areas we explored in different sessions and in different formats, as Laura explained, in the first half of this project. And then I think in the summer, we prioritized and we've discussed together with the regions what are now a number of topics that you want to take further and develop really jointly an action plan where you have where you formulate the ambitions to formulate a number of actions to do together, to take up together. And so after this prioritization, we continued with 8 topics for which we then in the remaining months, we've been hosting another range of exchanges, meetings, to then really work towards an action plan for each of these topics. Yes, Laura, if you could go to the next slide. How did we do that? So in different steps, again, organizing different working group meetings for all these topics. Also facilitating discussions, inviting speakers from external speakers that could provide food for thought in that discussion, explore funding opportunities and occasions for further collaborations, all with the aim of indeed developing or co-designing short and medium-term actions that the regions can work on to scale up and interconnect in their ecosystems. Yes, Laura. Looking at the 8 topics that we took further, or the themes, we do see a difference in the focus of the collaborations and the focus of the action plans to be developed. So there were a number of themes in which the regions expressed more interest to focus on developing an action plan that continues peer learning on a number of topics such as social innovation, tech transfer, while others are really already more in-depth focusing on capacity building and indeed how can we maybe apply together or set up a system to develop joint skills, to define also what are skills needed. For instance, to work or to introduce public procurement for innovation more in regions. And then a third layer that we have of types of action plans is really we call it deep interconnections of ecosystems, where, for instance, in the soft landing, the regions really to work towards exploring the development or the design of a joint EER soft landing system, exploring funding opportunities to that can provide the environment to do so and take this up. On the access to finance, for instance, really develop an investor network across EER regions. So you do see that across the different teams that we have explored together with the regions, there is a difference also in the expectations, and to that, in that sense, tailored to the needs of the different regions involved. Yes. So just to summarize some main achievements, I think of EER 1 and 2 is indeed in-depth mapping reports that are available for all participating regions, the different collaboration areas that we have explored and then further work toward action plans, the scoping workshop and the peer learning, the online, the one-on-one exchanges. I think bottom line, trying to create trust and familiarity between the different regions, hopefully with long-lasting connections after this project is finished, and with many stakeholders involved. So from our side, we thought the facilitation was really meaningful, as many regions across Europe still miss the networks and the capacities often to develop an outward-looking perspective. And in that sense, I think projects like EER are really meaningful to strengthen the interregional networks and work towards concrete synergies. Now, of course, both Technopolis and IDEA Consult have only been facilitating this process. In that sense, Laura, and maybe you go to the next slide. And I give a big thank you to many people. In the first place, all the regions being so dedicated and involved in this process. Thank you for all your active participation, because of course without you there would not have been EER. But of course also a big thank you to the European institutions, EISMEA, DG GROW, the Committee of the Regions. Of course, they also were critical for making this happen. And for today, of course, Uusimaa region and Christine in the first place for hosting the event. And Laura, I give the floor to you now for also on your side, a big thank you.
Yeah, indeed, it's a big thank you also on my side. So I can only mirror Isabel's thanks. It's been a really great experience to be together with you all in all the meetings and see how ideas are shared and come together in very interesting collaborations that I hope will take place in the future. Now the ground is set, the seeds are there, and it's up to the different stakeholders in the EER regions that we have been involving in the meetings so far to take these ideas forward. And I like to call them key agents of change. I think the people we've been working with are really, really precious. Let's call them agents of change in their regions that can make things happen. And I'm really glad to have been part of this network as well. And hopefully perhaps continue one way or the other as well later on. And again, of course, many thanks to EISMEA, DG GROW, and the Committee of the Regions, and the Helsinki-Uusimaa region for really making this event really successful. So just to mention that again, we can continue also next week for more on one-to-one connections and to get in touch with the EER stakeholders that you're interested in, that could perhaps you could get to know them better and make connections for potential partnerships to implement those ideas that we've identified. So the registrations are still open for the matchmaking platform. And with that, I think I'd like to let Christine take over and continue the presentations.
Thank you, Laura, and also Isabel. It would have been really nice to have you here with us. You have been working really hard in the past few years. I think we will meet you in the future, somewhere in Helsinki. There is still, even though we will almost feel like it's closing, but actually there's one lineup of speaker. That's Tess Lutes van Rosenberg. She's actually representing these ideas from Europe, because today we are talking about actions and actions. From the EU's point of view, it's also about the long-term development and the policy change we might be able to achieve. So now I would like to invite Tess to join us to deliver her speech.
I hope you can hear me now.
Now, yes.
Thank you very much. So yes, thank you for this time. We had a marvelous time at the SME Assembly, indeed, with the European Entrepreneurship Regions. And we're hoping to follow up in the next couple of months and in 2022, sorry. Just to give you a quick background, together with the European Commission, Dutch Ministry of Economic Affairs, Ideas from Europe, and based on the value tracking methodology, we always say we don't bet on the horse, we bet on the race. So we don't necessarily want the next $1 billion company or entrepreneur to make the finish on their own. We would like all entrepreneurs with brilliant, innovative solutions to get to and make it to the finish. So if we look at it, then obviously we all know there's a lot of complexity out there and there's a lot of fragmentation. And this means that a lot of entrepreneurs are not able to make it to market because they highly depend with their technology, technical solutions on digital infrastructures, law and regulations, and multi-stakeholder ecosystems. So there's an idea how to break through and make sure that we collaborate to pave the road for all these entrepreneurs to make it to the finish. Therefore, we use the methodology called value tracking. We provide a funnel for multi-stakeholder groups to identify shared opportunities and collaborate on breakthroughs to realize sustainable innovation and obviously flourish themselves, but also the rest of the stakeholders can benefit from their innovations in the market. So I'm not going to take you through all of this because you've been there long enough. But the key is actually that we create a value-driven development cycle, which is inclusive to all stakeholders. It's even rather important that everyone is involved. So with these definitions, I can send you an email and then you can go through them. But I think the most important thing indeed is how do we get to the regulatory compass? So first we said there's a collective value case needed because all stakeholders in the whole chain, from product inventors, technical inventors, to actually the end user should agree that an innovation needs to be there in our daily lives. And if they all say this has economic value, it has societal value, there's a business value, it's technically feasible, and there's scalability on a global level possible, then there's a collective value case. That means that these people that are most of the time decision makers on a strategic or senior level can also motivate the rest of their organization, and the rest of the people in the organization have a good motivation why they can do this, because in the hierarchy, everyone agrees. So then we can take a look at the constraints and the conditions under which these constraints can be taken away and free up the road again for this innovation. And then we decide who needs to be involved. And that's based on a call to collaborate. So how did we do this? Based on the regulatory compass for health. we said there needs to be a continuous validation. And as I mentioned, it's feasibility, scalability, economic value, societal value, and business value that has been confirmed by all players involved. And then 70% of the medical devices solutions said it's really tough to go to market, especially because in Europe, the regulations are more strict than, for example, in the US. The FDA is different in comparison to the European legislation or regulation. So it makes it tough. And a lot of the entrepreneurs we've seen as well move abroad, go to other continents in order to go to market there, which means we miss out on the technical solution. So the entrepreneur starts off somewhere else. Most of the time, there's, for example, a relation to artificial intelligence. So we lose another asset, which is important for Europe. And then obviously we don't deliver these solutions to market. So as a citizen, we can't benefit either. So we've seen that it's more and more, it's an acceleration of assets that we need to actually keep in-house in Europe. So we said, under what conditions could we go to market? And then entrepreneurs and policymakers and other stakeholders involved said, we need to be able to navigate the regulatory landscape better. So we said, okay, what is the call to collaborate? And the call to collaborate is to develop a regulatory compass for personalized health solutions. If we do this within the value tracking methodology, which is again the funnel, we ask all the stakeholders in the feedback loop, what type of solutions are we looking for? So we can categorize the solutions and we can understand what are the typical characteristics of these solutions in order to be able to recognize what type of rule will apply to their specific product. Then the next thing is that it's really nice to understand what are the type of solutions that we have in-house, but also, for example, what we did, we ask other entities, which could also be the European Entrepreneurship Regions, or for example, EIT Health, for their advice. What knowledge do you already have in-house? So the stakeholders in our value track network actually all contribute with the knowledge they've got in order to accelerate insights, gaining insights. So here this is an example of how we used our health tech startup program from one of our government-related entities, and they all said the same thing. There's not just medical device regulations that are interesting. It is actually a broader range of regulations that should also be part of this compass. So for example, related to GDPR. So it's far beyond just medical devices. It's also with regards to other domains. Also, for example, personalized medicine. So we can easily copy paste what we're doing here for MDR to these other domains. So what's in there? What did we need to check? We need to check again with the stakeholder feedback loop. Do you want to have this regulatory overview? Do you need to understand which rules apply? Do you need to keep track of regulatory changes and stay compliant? And provide a continuous compliance audit trail. Recognize regulatory burdens and opportunities on time. So you get a signal, hey guys, there's something changed, check this out. And what are the difference between different jurisdictions? So in the end, if we understand how we apply the MDR, we can actually even compare it to, for example, the FDA regulations. And this is for us a learning curve, not just for the entrepreneur, but obviously also for policymakers to gain this insight. And that's what we want. We don't want to say we can't do anything in Europe, it's not possible. No, it's all about closing the gap between regulators and between the entrepreneurs and between all the entities like hospital boards who also have to deal with the MDR regulations or with GDPR regulations. And in that sense, Everyone can reduce a time to market for new solutions or a time to implement for new solutions. It is cost effective. It has a social impact, obviously, because indirectly we all want these solutions to be part of our health lives. There's an early adoption of regulations can happen, and it can accelerate health innovation overall. So what we then did is, if we need these new parties or existing parties to collaborate, work together, open up, share their insights, and get them closer together, we need to make some kind of vacancies almost. So it's almost like we understand who we need in a new eco network to create new ecosystems. And this is how we've been plotting or seeking the right people. It's about a policymaker, it's a field expert, for example, a board member of a hospital, could be a doctor, could be an entrepreneur. And based on these descriptions in these vacancies, including the example of these people and why they want to join up in the network, including the collective value case, why is this so important, including the constraints and the conditions, we have a clear picture to lobby. I call it lobbying, but it's to engage all the relevant stakeholders also in your countries. And now it's not working. Oh yeah. So this is the decision. If we know that we got the eco network clear, all the stakeholders agree, we do see great potential for impact. We say this is the call to collaborate, regulatory compass for innovative health solutions. And this is where we would very much like to work with the European Entrepreneurship Regions, because you guys understand what is happening real time in the real world. So we would like to share all these profiles of the stakeholders with you and the cases that we've got. And so far, we've been working from June this year, finding out that what you do in financial services, for example, to understand how knowing your customer, that process works, and you can align this to a specific case, what rule applies to what specific case. We copy-pasted what they did in financial services already to this health market. And that's what we did during the entrepreneurship roundtables. Then during CES Unveiled and the EU Entrepreneurship Summit, we engaged policymakers and a broader range of investors and entrepreneurs. Then during the SME assembly, we had the great opportunity to work with you for the hackathon. And now we're discussing this again. So what we find so important from the value track is that there's a common thread, and we leverage network, we leverage insights, we leverage everything that we do every day in order to all become better. So we have value tracking agenda in December. It's an open invite. You're more than welcome to join us. So just give me a shout or give a shout to Laura. Then there will be a testing event. There's also a follow-up on the 14th of December, where we will dive into this again. Then there's a testing event planned in Q1 of next year. And eventually, at the end of Q2, hopefully we can gather all the right stakeholders in one room, because there's no COVID anymore physically, and really join up, and not just for medical devices, as I said, but for the whole health domain. And we've even seen that we can copy paste this to, for example, energy or to food, everywhere where rules are involved and where there's a decision tree behind with regards to policy making, we can provide such a compass to any entrepreneur and any stakeholder involved. So please join and contribute to this value track network and work together. We're more than happy to support you in that.
Thank you, Tess, for opening your arms and welcome everybody to taking part of this fantastic initiative that you have been bringing forward. I think you kind of really, it's a very important topic with a recent CEO survey. actually the top risk the CEO, most CEO consider is the too much regulatory frameworks. And I think through this, it is a very good way of not only for us as public policy makers, look into how we can really design a policy fitting the needs of us SMEs, but also help them to understand how the regulatory framework works. Thank you so much, Tess. We would like now to continue and proceed to the next stage. It will be an interesting concept. We have been talking about that and inviting startups to come for an elevator pitch. Today we are doing the same. We're inviting all our EER regions who has been working in the past years and sharing their own innovations and as like open invitation to have you join their work or forming future collaboration. Now I would like to invite the moderator, Dr. Lena Chitpuri. She's the professor emeritus at the Department of Economic Science, University of Athens. Lena.
Thank you very much, Christine. Welcome, everybody. We have to start very quickly because we start with 12 minutes delay. And I am expected to play the role of the bad guy and ask everybody to stick to their 4 minutes. So please, I want to ask the panel to join me here so that we do not lose any time. So these are the people from the various EER regions that join us today. We have one more person who will join by video conference. And let me just very quickly say that I want to remind you of the housekeeping rules. 4 minutes. In 3 minutes, I have the stopwatch here. 3 minutes, I'm going to say, please, 1 minute left. And then we have some time left to have the panel discussion. So I want you to keep the most attractive messages for the panel discussion. So please, we start with Catalonia, one of the very famous regions in Europe. Montse Taban from the BioCat cluster is here to start.
So if I may, I'm going to stand for the, okay, thank you, for the pitch. So yeah, my name is Montse Taban, and I'm here to contribute to the discussion on how our regions, I don't know if it's working. Can you hear me well? Yeah. So again, I'm here just to comment on the possibilities of collaboration together. So if I might have the, probably it's me who's having this. So this is Hospital de São Pau. This is one of our top hospitals. This is actually a hospital. This shows our love for life sciences in Catalonia. And it has like 12 pavilions and corridors that connect all pavilions inside, but it's also one of our top hospitals on clinical trials because Catalonia is 15th in the world in clinical trials. But our love for science and for sharing comes from all. It's 1511 in the publication of this Concordia of the apothecaries in Catalonia, and also our last covers in Nature. Barcelona is 9th in Europe in publication in sciences. And also entrepreneurs. This was one of the first submarines by someone in Catalonia, Narcís Monturiol. And this was supposed to be a video. It is not working, but it's just to show that human towers that are very typical in our region are sometimes made of 11. Oh, it's too. Am I just pressing this? Probably. Sorry about that. So these human towers are made of about 700 people, and they deserve resilience. They deserve trust among others. And sometimes there's like 50 tons sharing this load of collaboration that shows very well how we have to continue our work as regions. And in our pursuit, we have to find the partners. We have to contribute to the common agenda. We have a shared roadmap that has a quest. Someone mentioned that for the circular economy, we need all stakeholders working together. And this is what we do also at this level. This is a common quest, and we are open to that, and we are offering for collaboration. Where to? We have identified, and Tess mentioned that regulatory issues and procurement are there for all of us in medtech. So for the medtech action, we suggest to continue with the technologies adoption and with the procurement that our organizations, our healthcare systems, and our authorities can be involved in. Our regions, in Europe and at global level, we share the same challenges. We share challenges regarding funding, regarding talent, regarding scale up. At European level, twin transition, impact, and at global level, sustainability and also resilience. And this is what we offer. For example, sustainability. The healthcare system, if it were a country, it could be the 5th most polluting country in the world. That's amazing, but we have to do something. We have to decarbonize the medtech sector. So sorry about that. So what we have to do there is to work together and put that also in action for this decarbonization of the industry. And this is what we do here. We are the cluster organizations. We are the regions that are showcasing, that are portraying our assets. And this is what we do on behalf of our companies. In Catalonia, we have these 1,200 companies, and we help them connect, and we help them connect at European and EU at international level. And our goal is scaling up in the ecosystem, but also for SMEs. For example, digital health in Catalonia has multiplied by 7 in the last 10 years in terms of investment and per 6 in terms of number of companies. So this is clearly one of the goals that we have as ecosystems and as regions, is multiplying this capacity for the transformation of healthcare. So this what comes next was also supposed to be my last slide. Supposed to be a human tower. This is the culmination of the tower. So everybody works together. It's like in this project, it was ended with success, and our next step should be in this momentum that we are all getting the same idea, the same focus, working together for next steps. Our proposal is just working, like I said, in procurement, in regulatory, and focusing on medtech challenges for the next years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking to the time. And we have already a concrete proposal for the continuation for the digital healthcare capacity change and procurement. May I now ask Maria Gulapsi from Central Macedonia to take the floor?
Hello. I want to start first with few words for my region. Central Macedonia is participating to EER project since phase 1 as an awarded EER region 2018. Okay. We have organized many actions to connect the actors of our innovation and entrepreneurship ecosystem. Our flagship initiative is One Stop Liaison Office, whose purpose is to create organic bonds and beneficial collaboration among the ecosystem members to increase the flow of investment, projects, and new ventures. I would like to say now a few words about this EER project that was for us was a unique opportunity to meet further good practices from other EER regions. Moreover, we recognized common interested areas, but also common worries about funding, scale-ups, supporting SMEs and startups. So a summary of actions and next steps after 2.5-year project. First, in agri-food, our cluster in agri-food met the cluster in agri-food in Navarra. Managers of cluster had the opportunity to meet each other, discussed, and will continue the collaboration between their members. In the theme of access to finance, an opportunity to collaborate was raised from the call horizon about scale-up, expanding investment ecosystems, and we are interested to participate to a consortium in order to increase investment readiness in our region. In soft landing area, after the Young Entrepreneurs Erasmus was presented to us, we found out about the Academy of Entrepreneurship in Athens that is already from the previous call an intermediate body, so we have been in contact with them to mobilize a consortium for the next call. In circular economy, and after knowing about the circling platform, we decided to participate as a member to this network. Last but not least, in the area of open innovation, first we had a one-to-one meeting with Catalonia, where the initiatives about open innovation were presented to us. As a region, we decided to be a strategy about startups, and we will include a similar initiative like the openchallenges.axio.zencat platform, which is a platform space meeting point for those who pose challenges and those who generate opportunities between companies and organizations. Moreover, taking advantage of the new in the Regional Investment Innovation Instrument, our region is interested in submit a proposal to Strand 2B of this call. On 23rd of November, the call for Strand 1 and Strand 2A was launched. Now we are expecting the call for Strand 2B. Central Macedonia is ranked as a less developed region, and we are searching at least one more developed regions to collaborate with. I'm addressing an open invitation to the more developed regions to cooperate. Final beneficiaries of this call will be all the quadruple helix partnership actors. So we tend to plan actions to build capacity, such as visiting clusters or companies in other regions, visits to R&I infrastructure for companies, Erasmus for clusters, and in the thematic areas that we are interested to submit the proposal is in agri-food, as it is a champion sector for us, and or in cultural and creative industries, which is a new priority that raised up for all the workshop we have done and the research and the data collection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. Record-breaking, less than 4 minutes. May I now ask Sergio Perez Garcia, the General Director of External Action from the Navarra Regional Government.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me properly? Yeah, I think so. So first of all, let me thank you, all the organizers, for being so brave of organizing this event. We know that the COVID situation is not as desired, but you have been very brave, and we would like to congratulate you on organizing and also for inviting Navarra's EER region, who has been invited to participate. We were labeled in 2020. That all of you know that it has not been very good times for interacting, or at least personally, we have been all made these discussions virtually, and I think that despite of that, we have made a lot of interest or make the most of these kind of discussions. I am personally happy to be here today, not only for being Director of External Action for the Government of Navarre, but also as member of the Committee of the Regions, and I see how the collaboration, I will try to translate, or I would like to give my impression on how we have been working in the EER project, that I want also to thank for the organizers of the EER meetings. This is Navarra region that you already, all of you, or I think that all of you know where it's located. It's in the north of Spain, and there we are close to France, and we have a border, so cross-border collaboration is crucial, or let's say it's a daily, day-to-day what we do when we have different population living in France and in Spain, in the north of Navarra. So for us, collaboration is crucial. I mean, vital. We do it every day. Despite of this, all these figures and all these economic figures that you can see here, Navarra is also a region which we have legislative power. I mean, we have independent legislative regulation that makes easier to change laws or to change things in order to get easier for entrepreneurs to make these kind of sandboxes or regulatory things like MECTE that was mentioned before. And also we have our own tax system, so we can collect the different taxes from our citizens, not in a state level, but a regional level. So it makes easier as well to distribute all the finances. How can we collaborate together, or how is it possible to collaborate with Navarra? It's quite easy. It's in the same way of the European Commission priorities. Navarra is green. We have a green strategy, which is focused mainly in circular economy, in renewable buildings, in efficient energy, and European community energies that we celebrated different congresses. It has been named before by my colleague that our stakeholder Nagri-Food, the cluster of Nagri-Food, already collaborated with them, and they are keeping this collaboration. And that was the policy that we were thinking about when participating in this EER project. Not only, okay, sorry, I will go to the second then, because I only have 1 minute. The second one is if you want to collaborate with Navarra, you can collaborate by being digital or making the digital transition, which is the second priority of the European Union, and also for my government, for ourselves, is also a priority. We have a digital strategy, and there, if you are more interested, we can give you more information. And third of all, we would like to work together. I mean, with resilience. Resilience is a huge word, but we have to take to the earth and start giving this. This meaning, and that's why we are putting here the I3 instrument. So the three main instruments to collaborate with Navarra could be in the green topic with the European Bauhaus, in the digital topic with the European Digital Innovation Hubs, and in the resilient topic with the I3 instrument from the EER Region and the EISMEA. Thank you very much, and I think that's some time.
Thank you very much, Sergio. Very concrete proposals again. And may I now ask Magdalena, if you want to stay here, yes, please do.
Not that I want to deprive you of your equipment of our control, but I just want, it's easier for me to see the screen. Yes. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's very nice for me to be back after 2 decades of not being here in Finland when my European journey actually has begun. Next slide, please. Today I represent Pomerania or Pomorskie region, which is located in the northern part of Poland. We call it the gateway to the Central and Eastern European markets. And it's the biggest academic center in the northern Poland with over 90,000 of students and several renowned universities and also newly created Fahrenheit Union of Universities. Next slide, please. Pomorskie offers the sea of possibilities. What distinguishes the region from any other regions in Poland is the exceptional climate created by the location and also by the character of 3 of its main cities, that is Gdańsk, Sopot and Gdynia. Each of the cities has a completely different development ideas, but overall they complement each other. And Tri-City is a magnet for foreigners, especially from the Baltic Seas region, but also from the Scandinavian countries. Next slide, please. What are the areas of our interest? Well, it really depends what you're looking for. But actually, offshore wind energy. This is something which we want to develop in the region. Energy in Polish language is a woman, and our newly established Pomeranian platform for the development of offshore wind energy in the Baltic Sea has a woman's face. As both the initiator and the facilitator of the platform is a woman. The platform has now 81 members, representatives of local authorities, academia, business, and NGOs. And the scope of the cooperation is really broad, but primarily we want to create a green hub for energy in the Baltic Sea, establish a competence center for offshore renewable energy, and construct energy cluster. Next slide, please. As part of the activities of the platform, we want to focus also on protecting and preserving the biodiversity, but also on cleaning up the sea. And we need partners to do that, to be successful with regard to that. In particular, when you think about the fact that we might be facing potential ecological disaster if we want to still develop the plans for the offshore wind farms. Next slide, please. Hydrogen. This is something that we want to focus in Pomorskie as well. The Hydrogen Valley is a regional initiative of private companies, but also universities and our regional authority. It is aimed at increasing the share of hydrogen in Pomorskie energy mix. Oh, I have to speed up. And it's basically the idea is to the production of green hydrogen. Next slide, please. In the region, we also wish to focus on maritime and shipbuilding, in particular, highly specialized vessels for offshore industry, as well as exclusive yachts. And also on logistics, basically we are we have a very fortunate location on the Baltic Sea and also at the Baltic Adriatic transport axis. Next slide, please. In the region, we want to also develop IT and R&D, which are actually one of the most dynamically developing industries in Pomerania. And moreover, Pomerania is the leading cluster for electronics in Poland. And in addition, we are an important exporter of automotive products. Next slide, please. Biotechnology, this is something we want to focus on as well. And this is the strongest center, the Tri-City is the strongest center of biotechnology in Poland after Warsaw. And we have a well-developed transport and R&D infrastructure and also availability of qualified personnel and the presence of the leaders industry. That is why we want to focus on that. And just to finish off, I want to say that business services sector is also important. Next slide, please. And just to finish off, all those sectors merge and form part of the Pomorskie Smart Specializations. And these are the areas with greatest potential for R&D development. They focus on technologies developing maritime economy, ICT, energy, and health industries. And we are open to all startups, sailors wanting to embark on a cruise in Pomorskie. As the regional government, we are open to foreigners, always happy to help them to find their space to live and work in Pomorskie Voivodeship. On one breath.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We now have to turn to Lower Austria, which is going to present online.
Yes, hello, I'm Karin from
Hi,
Lower Austria.
Welcome.
So, hello, I'm Karin from Lower Austria. I will share my screen with you. Yes. Can you see it? So, I like to introduce me. I present my company EcoPlus. We are the business agency of Lower Austria and deal with location settlement and development as well as innovation in companies. We work closely with business, research, education, and international exchange with other regions is an important driver for innovation of us. The EcoPlus technology centers and our classes in Lower Austria. The topic of green transformation is an important innovation area, which is why the exchange of the EER network is of a great importance to us, precisely because we are currently building up a platform for bioeconomy. We are responsible for the future of our children. In our workshop at the end of 2019, we are sketching a picture of a growing tree, which is called bioeconomy in Lower Austria. And we create new houses from it. The two pillars are the renewable resources and the circular economy. In our EER meetings, for example, we were able to learn how the region of Netherlands set up the bioeconomy platform and how it is currently being implemented with partners. How the platform is financed, we are learning about possible funding opportunities that we would like to take advantage for. We have links to specific topic and partners in our region for project as renewable energies for companies. We are testing hydrogen as an energy source with company partners. We are focused on the topic of textile recycling and have started a dialogue with waste meat economy with the waste disposal companies and the state of Lower Austria. We want to start a project with the manufacturers of rental textile to take the goods back and recycle them ourselves. We have large industry partners who are using wood waste in chipboard production. They are interested in enlarging cooperation with waste collection organizations. And a large company group would like to set up a biorefinery plant to utilize starch from food waste. At last but not least, green and digital transformation is closely linked. We foster digital and green transformation projects in our Digital Innovation Hub, kiosk, and will visualize and explain the research results and economic and green transformation in this new digitalization house, which is built up at the Technology Center on Campus Technopol Tulln. We would like to use the EER network to learn from other regions and to find international project partners, for example. We want to learn from other European regions how green innovations can be brought to communities and their inhabitants. We search for international partners for know-how exchange for building up a digitalization hub. And we would like to get more know-how about new policy instruments for green transformation. We would like to work on the topic of textile recycling together with international partners. And that's for a healthy future. We all need information and identification with new green topics and international exchange. So Lower Austrian had been an EER region in 2017, and we are looking forward to find new collaboration partners in this network.
Thank you, Karin. Exactly 4 minutes without warning. Perfect. And now we have Cohen as the last speaker from North Brabant. I'm very happy to see that there are many proposals which coincide, so we're going to have a very vital discussion.
Thank you, Elena. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Helsinki-Uusimaa region for winning this award. And I want to thank you for your hospitality on these days, these difficult days. Let me go quickly through the presentation. Yes, my name is Koen de Graaf. I'm the international innovation broker for the region of North Brabant. And North Brabant is, as we call it, Europe's heart of the smart solutions, where the EER are the regions who are the core of Europe's smart solutions. So there is a close connection. The main important thing you have to know about our region, Brabant, is that 52% of all the patents in the Netherlands are coming from our region. And we have more than 20% a part of the national economic value. And our growth in the region is 50% higher than the average in the Netherlands. So everything else about us you can forget, but these are the most important things. I want to take you on a challenge today. And a challenge on CPPS. I know that is an abbreviation for a lot of other things, but what I mean is that we all in Europe, we face a lot of challenges. And we have to deal with politicians, politics, regional politics, national politics. But I want to remember that creating something together is a people's business. It is about us. People can do the job. Not only machines, although they can help us in finding the right solutions. And that's where we need each other. Also, the very well-developed regions in Europe who have been innovation leaders for decades, they still need collaboration with other regions to get inspired and together invent new things. So we are focusing on 3 main areas: energy, industry, and health. And my challenge for you is join us in these topics because they are very important for the next decades. These are the new economies where we can make the difference in Europe, also in the thought of resilience in the world. And that's where the opportunity for our businesses are, whether it's our corporates, SMEs, or startups. These are the main important things. And we like to join forces there. They are represented in our regional innovation strategy, which we transfer also to the collaborations in the EER. And the methodology we use there is very effective. And we need to continue that, not only because we have a lot of challenges ahead of us, but also because in our regions, the people concerning and dealing with these topics constantly change. So we have to continue these collaborations to be a constant factor in our regions. So energy, industry, and health. I'm gonna speed up. We like to invite you to join us in inventing new energy storage solutions. We like to invite you to collaborate in the further digitization of the industry. And on the left bottom side, you see our European Digital Innovation Hub. Hopefully, we get rewarded in the European call as well as in the Dutch. We are already, but also in bilateral collaborations like we have an artificial intelligence field lab together with Baden-Württemberg. Also in the health sector, we face huge challenges which we need to address, and we can do that together if we collaborate. So Europe is offering a lot of opportunities, and the regions are playing a key role in that. So it's very important that we stick together on that. And instead of acting like small fishes, if we join forces, we can act like a shark and address the challenges we face. So I invite you to make use of our proposition to be brave and unconventional, to be open to collaboration, and to have a passion for society and technology. Life is all about building bridges and crossing them. And we invite you to join us in that on these topics, energy, industry, and the health sector. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Koen. I think we have many common areas, so I don't want to focus the discussion on the areas because I think it was clear. I mean, for instance, the textile recycling, that's Helsinki and Lower Austria. We heard quite a lot of proposals like that. But I have some very concrete questions because as we heard earlier before the coffee break, there is no immediate continuation of funding this network from the Commission's budget. So somehow money needs to be found if we are to continue the collaboration, and the means are also important. So I have prepared a few questions from my side. As you heard, an academic. I also am a co-founder of a startup, so I see both worlds. And I want to have some very concrete answers. For instance, we are talking about collaborations. Some of the areas are common to 5 or 6 regions. Do you think large networks are better for collaboration or smaller ones? Because the problem is that if you have a large network, you have an increasing complexity. There's a permutation because there are different ways of governance. There are different specificities in solving problems. There are specificities in needs. But of course, on the other hand, you have big advantages because you have economies of scale, you have economies of scope, you can share knowledge much better. So what is your reaction as practitioners? Is there, and if there is, what is the ideal number of participants in a network like that? And can I ask to start the other way around? And of course, Lower Austria is very welcome to participate in the discussion. Koen.
Okay, first. Is it on? Yes. Well, if you know the ideal number, I will happy to join you. But I think that's a very difficult one. So I think you have to be very pragmatic on that. The advantage of a construct like EER is that they have the flexibility to pick the right number based on interest and added value of each region individual to create that ideal number in a practical way. So not by describing it up front, but to have it organically become the right consortium. And that's the big advantage. And that's one of the reasons, amongst a lot of others, I could tell you, where EER should continue. And I know we have heard it from Piotr that the Committee of the Regions is behind the initiatives. I appeal and I challenge the Commission to join us and provide us with the funding needed, because this is exactly filling a gap between all kind of other initiatives, like Ideas for Europe, the Vanguard Initiative, the SME Assembly. Here regions can exchange and create common policies, create an exchange on strategies, and add value to each others. And that is exactly one of the things Europe needs in these times. Thank you.
Thank you. Magdalena, your
I
reaction?
can only yes, I can only echo what Kuan just said. Basically, our cooperation is between ourselves and also other region joining us is absolutely a must. And I cannot imagine that it will stop just with the end of the project. For me, the added value is the co-creation process that basically we started and we are going to develop. As for the numbers, that you were asking about, Lena, I wouldn't be so particular. I think that it's quite difficult to determine it by default. It really depends on who is interested in what areas. And we have a large number of regions here, and we can create smaller networks of cooperation between each other. So basically, just to finish off, I wanted to say that thanks to this project, in Pomorskie, we were able to identify and to determine our needs better, to solve our needs better, to implement new ideas into our regional strategy. And I also gained something personally, because the network of contacts and the new colleagues, which is something what the European integration is all about. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria? To add only that it's not a number that must be filled, a criteria of this consortium, but it must be an active whole of these actors. These partners must truly interested about the subject of this consortium, to be active and to invite the stakeholders of their ecosystem to learn about this and to have more practice, more initiative to. Sorry, I have lost it. Okay, Sergio.
Okay, for me, there's no perfect number, as my previous colleagues told us. Sorry, we are all of us used to participate in different networks and different initiatives, such as some vanguard initiatives, such as ERIN, such as the Entrepreneurship Network, which is also for the Euro and the EISMEA. It depends, as everything in life, in the people, in persons. It depends on who is active or not, on who has a really mindset of collaboration, or who is willing to collaborate with others. Just to give a quick statement for the EER project, because Navarra has a very good output from the EER. We are very happy to have been labeled on 2020. Me personally, I'm the General Director of External Action, and I am part of these other networks, the Vanguard Initiative, the ERIN, the Entrepreneurship Network. I work in common with the nodes in Navarra. I am part also of the Committee of Regions, but despite of all of these structures or spaces of collaborations, only in the EER is where I have found different colleagues or different regions that we have signed memorandum of understanding for the call for the European Digital Innovation Hub. We have Navarra has 7 memorandum of understanding with other regions for this EDH call, and 3 out of 7 are EER labeled regions. So I will say, if someone can hear these statements, to continue, or we bet for continuing this regional collaboration, because I think, or Navarra thinks, that is really, really valuable. Thank you.
Thank you. Montse?
Yeah, I would say that, you mentioned that it's about funding. So we are all connected to several networks. We are all partners of other regions. We can almost match our strategies because all involve energy, health, the main challenges that we share. So given the challenges are the same and that we all have networks that we share, it depends on the funding. So this project ends because the funding ends. So if we look for funding and we apply for a new project, for example, it depends on the funding, the number of partners that we will try to have in this network, because of course we have to share this budget. And second, does it fit our strategy as regional institutions or as cluster organizations? Does it fit our strategy in terms of the SMEs that we want to help or the instruments that we want to put in place? So these for me are the main aspects when we look for collaboration, because we, at the end of the day, once we have these projects ongoing, we will share that with our networks that at the end of the day are also the same. We are all connected by ERIN, EER, EEN, but we need funding, and this funding comes with a certain number of euros that we have to share and we have to implement. Is it cascade funding? Is it for the partners? What is it? So that's the main question. What's the funding and which is the project?
Thank you. What about Karin? Karin, would you like to intervene on this question?
Yes, hello. I have to agree with Sergio, because for me it's important the personal contact to get new and to collect new ideas from other regions. You have to focus on your main interests and your main topics, but we are also building up a digitalization hub in Lower Austria, and we had before contact partners from European region. For example, for Interreg project, I had some partners from the region Navarra, and we are still in contact. And so it's very important for us to be in different networks to find and learn from other best practices. Yes. And
Thank
so
you.
it's really for me that I couldn't be in Helsinki now, but it's rather difficult for us to travel now in Central Europe. We have a lot of problems with Corona in Austria here. So.
Well, thanks to digitalization, at least we can share your ideas. So from this question, what is the conclusion? No rigid numbers. Flexibility is important. Funding is important. And I want to also stress what Magdalena said, the network of contacts. And since this project has created a network of contacts, I wanted to ask you my next question, which is, what do you think would be good funding opportunities? You are all very well connected with the various European projects. There are more opportunities coming from RRF now and the new programming period for the structural funds. So what do you think would be appropriate funding opportunities and ways to join these funding opportunities? I3 has been mentioned. There are other ideas about joining Horizon Europe or other the territorial development projects and so on. So what do you think would be good opportunities for the regions which have participated in EER and where you already know what are your common interests now and how well you collaborate with each other? And how would you like to see this? Because some people claim, okay, this is great, but Horizon, 1 out of 10 proposals are successful, so we don't want to invest the energy. And I3, it has its own specificities. So what do you think would be a good idea where you would like to join with the regions you have already collaborated and where the network of contacts worked? Let's start this way again.
Okay.
Then.
So probably, you mentioned, you mentioned RRF. So all the next generation scheme, including all the different EU for Health, and at least I'm speaking from my perspective, and Horizon Europe, and of course, all the ERDF funds and the I3 is connected to that, are interesting, but you need the institutions, you need the stakeholders be involved in that, because many of them are co-funded. So I think, and also if you go for Horizon Europe, like you said, the success rate is not huge. So, but still we have to try. So I think that, for example, so ERA hubs or Horizon Europe, some opportunities connecting innovative ecosystems, or I3, for example, these kind of things could be interesting. But of course, we have to involve in the funding the regional stakeholders that have to be involved in that too. So that's also a tricky part of the thing.
Yeah, it's the regional stakeholders, and sometimes you need some facilitation. So maybe this is also an issue you could raise, Interreg, for instance, or proposals like that. Sergio,
Yeah,
please.
for me, that's the key. As I mentioned at the very beginning, we are a region which is a cross-border region with France. We are part of these AICTs, which is the Nouvelle Aquitaine, Euskadi, Navarra. This is one of the 68 euro regions that are in the whole Europe. And for us, the Interreg program has a lot of sense because collaborating among other regions is part of our daily routine. So Interreg is a very good example. More specifically, Interreg Europe, which is designed for governments in order to collaborate about different administrations and to learn good practices of how other administration has faced the same problems. I can remember that the previous period in the age 2020, we participated in an Interreg Europe, which was called Inside Out, and it was supposed to help governments to know what's going on with the barriers to innovation for SMEs. And so then regions with same problems, with faces how to help entrepreneurs, how to get them financed by private equities, how the same topics that have been discussed here today at the very beginning by entrepreneurs. This is a good way of continue collaborating the Interreg Europe, which makes Europe, but not for the states, but for the regions, to empower regions to have a clear and high voice in Europe by these kind of programs. I will go for that, I think.
Thank you, Sergio. Maria.
Okay, so the truth is that there are many funding opportunities, as I3 that we said, Horizon calls and indirect projects. For me, it's important after a program, the results that are raised to be used from the beneficiaries, from SMEs, from entrepreneurs, and not to get funding and made a program just to say that we got a program. In indirect projects, these projects is about regional policies, but if we don't involve again the beneficiaries, we're doing nothing. We have to involve them, to listen to them about their needs. Especially in Greece, the situation is difficult. We're trying to get out of years of economic crisis, and then we have COVID. So we're trying to build everything with the opinion and the view of entrepreneurs, startups, SMEs, the industrial world, and the research world also.
Thank you, Magdalena.
I just wanted to say that actually we were looking for numerous partnerships and we couldn't find the right partners whenever we were sending our applications for the calls. And this EER network is really a fantastic opportunity for us because actually we found partners for the Erasmus for Young Entrepreneurs project call. We found partners for EDIC call, and we also are going to collaborate with the Horizon call. So that is why I appreciate this network so much. Moreover, when it comes to our region, we are very specific because we are located at the Baltic Sea, as stated before. So anything related to Interreg Baltic Sea projects are relevant to us. We already cooperate with our Danish partners with the seed money project, which we want to focus on, and later on perhaps we are going to create. This is from the area of energy, and later on we are going to probably ask and search for other partners from other regions to develop projects within the energy sector.
Thank you. Koen?
Well, thank you. I tend to agree with Sergio, because we have a lot of instruments in Europe available for SMEs, for corporates, for RTOs, and we shouldn't interfere with that. We are regions and we have to exchange on a regional level, and therefore Interreg Europe would be the appropriate instrument, next to probably a certain action from the Commission directly, because we don't need so much. We need, and you mentioned it before, Elena, we need guidance, we need facilitators to guide us through the process. And again, Technopolis and IDEA delivered a great job to that. Thank you for that again. And this is the way to work with. And then we come to the point, what Magdalena is saying, that we enable ourselves to learn from each other, to improve our strategies, and to be a better partner for the companies, the startups, the SMEs in our region. And that is what we are here for. We have a facilitating role as regions to make innovation possible. And we shouldn't interfere with their instruments. We should have a different funding where we can do our jobs and where we can improve as regions and connect and create the network we need for serving them in building international consortia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karin, last intervention, because we have to wrap up.
It belongs to the objectives the region has. For example, we like to find new policy instruments or to improve it. So I think the Interreg program will be the best. But if someone is searching for new technical solutions or the innovation, they will use Horizon Europe. So, but we are regions, or we represent regions. So I think Interreg will be a good thing of funding for us.
Okay, thank you all very much. I have to say we managed to finish in less than an hour, and I think we made a lot of progress, and we have quite a few interesting conclusions. I would focus on the network of contacts, flexibility, seeking partners, and new opportunities. So with this, I want to thank very much the organizers, Christine in particular. I want to thank everybody, and I want to remind you not to forget the matchmaking event, because things are continuing, and I hope there will be more opportunities to see each other in the future. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. We're not there yet. I'm now standing in a very difficult position, coming to really the closing, almost closing of the event. We really had a very interesting day today, and I want to bring back to where we started, talking about connection, connect, and rebound. Second. There we go. And it was really a great opportunity for us as Helsinki-Uusimaa region, having this opportunity not only to launch the EER year with this pair of networks of EER regions, but we also had this possibility to really listen to the stories and experience of SMEs in this day. I think we are all looking for value creating values for the SMEs and startups. They are trying to create values for the customers, for the regions who are now just discussing now, talking about creating value for our startup ecosystem actors and also for our startups. And we are also looking for aspiration and champions who are really leading the way. And on that note, I would really like to invite two key persons in this network of EER region, also for Helsinki-Uusimaa. And to start with, I would like to invite Andre Mayer. Andre has been really also the key person for the EER network. He is the SME officer, policy officer from the European Commission. He's behind the SME assemblies and also supporting a lot of activities within this network of European Entrepreneurial Regions. So, Andre.
Thank you, Christine, and good evening by now. Good evening, everybody. Actually, it shouldn't be me who is here. It should be a colleague who has left us when I'm in DG Grow, the one who had the idea behind this project. Kaczynska-Bebska. She's by now working on the Climate Pact, another very important project, by the way. She was the one who one day came into the office and said, I think we need to do something with the EER regions. And there were a lot of hurdles to jump. Among others, the hurdle that this project has jumped to have a extension period built in. And it was mentioned already several times today that it's a pity that this project ends. Procurement law stops us from extending, and there are good reasons for these rules. They are perhaps not applicable in this case. It would be nice to extend further, but in many other cases, and let me tell you, in 25 years in the Commission, I've seen many cases where it would have been good if we would have stopped earlier. Here, it would have been good if we could have extended another time, but it's not possible. But there are many other sources of financing. And before coming to a few other points, let me also say one more thing. If projects turn into institutionalized financing, it's very often not very good for the project either. They then have a sort of tendency to perpetuate and not to develop further. A few points that I want to make on content. First, I have to congratulate Helsinki-Uusimaa, join the list of congratulants. A second time EER region, there's this, and there's somewhere in the back stands the second one. As was said, is the first time, and it is my director who is also part of the jury, and she was part of this decision and very proud of being part of this decision. So congrats first. We always say, and we always write in speeches, that the EERs are the Silicon Valleys of Europe. So as Maive said at the beginning, we don't only have one, we have over 20, and we add a few every year. Also because Silicon Valley is not easy to reproduce. You would need a lot of plum farmers who would stop plum farming, and you would need a defense ministry and NASA to pour a lot of money into projects. Now, these two things are very difficult to find in Europe, and which is why this typical, if I may say so, whinging in the startup scene that there is no Silicon Valley in Europe is A, wrong, and B, simply something that cannot be reproduced. And if you look at certain developments in Silicon Valley, then perhaps it should not even be reproduced. And I think you know what I'm referring to without having to go into detail. I know I say this on the eve of Slush, so I'm not sure they will cancel my badge perhaps for tomorrow. But as we are among friends, I hope they will let me in tomorrow morning. Why do we actually do SME policy? You could say, well, it's this famous sentence, we have been called, or not we, they, have been called the backbone. My current boss calls them les poumons, the lungs of European economy. And we also were called already the lifeblood. Whatever body part you take, and I'm happy the backbone is not anymore quoted so often because many people treat their backbone rather badly. They are everywhere. And why are they so important? Because they are the ones that have the resilience built in, and they are the ones that provide the jobs. Obviously, companies like BMW, Mercedes, Bayer, Alstom, they have thousands of people working for them. But when you have thousands of people working for you, you can also easily lay off because you haven't met them. If you are a baker and you have 12 people, you don't lay them off so easily, because you all know them. And perhaps their parents have already worked for you, and perhaps even further. And so this is one of the many reasons why SMEs are so much more resilient and why SME policy is so important. And this is why working in the regions is so important. Not even a global company like Apple has started globally. They have started in a region somewhere. They have even started in a garage, but let's leave that aside. They have started in a region somewhere with some support in one way or another. And let's be proud of our European ecosystem where this support is there in the regions. And it's the EERs that bring it. Other reasons too, but we are among EER friends, so I can just say it's the EERs and nobody else. And don't quote me. It's the EERs that bring it, and it's the regions that we work with that make that happen, that bring this resilience, the resilience that after the Lehman crisis, SMEs have shown much more than any big company, and that they are showing again. And this is why they need our support, and that's why we hope, when I say we in this case, I mean the European Commission and the other institutions, that we deliver the support, the money that is needed. I have had this morning a meeting in the Finnish Ministry of Economy and Labour, by the way, a genius combination, labor and economy in the same ministry in my mind, about the SME angle of the resilience and recovery plans. Is there enough for SMEs in it? That's a question we're discussing with all 27 member states. In Finland, I can tell you there certainly is. But this is the reason why we're doing it, because the resilience comes from the SMEs and not necessarily from the big companies. With that, I thank you all for years of a wonderful project, which I hope has planted the seed of further cooperation, even if by the end of this year the money runs out. I would like to thank also the consortium. You've done a fabulous job. I would like to thank the regions. You have done a fabulous job. It's a project where I have had very little to intervene, and these are the good projects, because if you have to intervene too much, then it's normally not a good sign. With that, I would hand over to President Markkula, and thank you all. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Andre. We've been, or if I first say that I'm actually having, of course, two hats at the same time here. The chair of the board of our Helsinki-Uusimaa region, so president of the region, and then as well former president of the European Committee of the Regions, and now one of the vice presidents there. So, and for that, both of those regions, I was thinking that what should I address you? And I thought that it's good because I know that I'm immediately after this jumping to our Committee of the Region Bureau meeting, tomorrow to the plenary and a couple of the other meetings. So I use this time to write up a few of the notes here so that I can deliver key messages, not only you here physically or those online, but as well I can have a couple of the key messages for our regional board and also to the Committee of the Region, what should be done next. So let me start with that, so that I was thinking, what is the key word, or what are the key words with what we heard today? And I think it's really change making. And what I actually learned from Kari Herlevi, our moderator of one part here today, is that systemic change, or was it systemic support, are the words to get free beer, as he said. But then I thought that was it that if I use those, I need to give the free beer to all of the others, whatever way. But if I give that to the others, so most likely I'm going to get beer as well. So remember, systemic change, systemic support. But especially now when we think about the globe, sustainability, all of those, so we need to be very strong on our systemic change approach. So that is the key for our regions. And that is closely linked to the mentality, the mindset. Thank you, Lena. You stressed all the time, and your speakers from the region used strongly on the mentality and the mindset. And I always remember linking that what Andre said about the Silicon Valley role. So it was about 10 years ago, we organized at the Aalto University a role to play on the transformations when a member of the transformation team to get Aalto started. So we organized a couple of the big seminars, conferences for the members of the committee of the region. So mayors, regional presidents, councillors, and a conclusion when we had the site visits around the campus in some of the companies was that, Marco, can you help us? I would like to take this same mentality to my city, to Valencia, to Bratislava, to Sofia. So many of those came that. And the key on that as they said, so that when they are visiting here, listening to the presentations, meeting with the students, meeting with the professors or business people. So there is something different. The mentality, the atmosphere is different. And my answer was always, okay, let's collaborate, because you cannot make this the transformation mentality in the atmosphere very fast. You need to move ahead. And I think that this is the entrepreneurial mindset with many of its dimensions. So think about that, analyze that more. What does it mean for your region? My second key message here now is that as Apostolos Tzitzikostas, the president of the CR today, so he highlighted that we, Helsinki-Uusimaa region, we are the forerunner in this entrepreneurial region, EER. And that role model in many respects we are for the others. So I was very pleased to listen to the presentations here, conceptualizing, modeling the work of Technopolis and the others. So how we can conceptualize this a bit further and come back with the Commission, and especially not only as what ER should be in the future, but how we should link that to the smart specialization, how we should link that to the European new missions, or what Apostolos Tzitzikostas has mentioned, the new instruments that are on the planning phase, the ERA hubs, research and innovation activities on a regional basis, what those ERA hubs can and should be. My next message links to what Juha Eskelinen, what he talked about in his opening, and highlighting the partnerships, the regional collaboration, twinning, go together. And that is for sure, that is the key, and for the next years to come. And Maive Rutte stressed as well the region's role in sustainability. That's why we are not anymore talking about RIS 3, but practically RIS 4. So sustainability is the fourth S on that. And I know Maive as well for several years when she was as well the Deputy Director General for the Joint Research Center. And for sure, so she stresses the foresight, so that we actually should be moving. Someone here talked about as well, inventing the future. So it's co-creation very strongly, and that is what we need to do a lot. My next point is, though, that Actually, as already heard, so we had we were awarded among the first regions this back close to 10 years ago. And that year we orchestrate on the region around 100 different events. Now, most likely due partly to the COVID situation, so the concept will be different here, but that's very good so that we have that experience, what we did with Christine Chang and the others here on this region, how to move ahead, and more now with the people, business people, startup experts, and that's why this Maria 01 is as well one of the best places to have this. And this is linked strongly to the ecosystems. And I want to see and actually showcase then at the end of this year or the next year when we really move to action here, so that what is the ecosystem of ecosystems. So it's not only one ecosystem, but in many parts of Europe we are having these innovation ecosystems, how they are integrated to each other on a place-based concept, but as well internationally. This award above for us, especially here in Helsinki region, it's the platform to tackle the challenges and collaborate locally and internationally to be moving ahead to this integrated green, digital, and entrepreneurial future. So we have taken those three key aspects interlinked. Then the next point, so that is that this year's activities, so they will definitely create more on this ecosystem thinking. What does that mean? And that is important that we keep on collaborating, although that officially this is a closing of one phase, but moving to others. And when I was listening to the representatives of the regions or the business people here, so there's much more to come. So let's collaborate anyhow. And as we heard Jouni Lounasmaa answering on one question, I wrote it down here that Uusimaa is the state of mind rather than a traditional administrative region, which is geographic borders. So that's really the case, and that's the case with the ER. So it's a mindset, and let's develop that further on and engage different actors for collaboration. This afternoon event has been a great example of mutual learning on a digital age, so using the virtual collaboration, people chatting and giving feedback and operating on social media. That's very, very great. And we have seen and heard change-making solutions on the business level and regional level closely linked to let's take just an example what North Brabant said and explain the links with the smart specialization. And I'm personally very proud that it's going on. I was one of the Miro Group members more than 10 years ago when the concept was initiated by the Commission. So what the smart specialization needs to be. And let me now finally conclude. My concluding point is that it's about the integrating all we heard today to the European Union policy, and there especially the new incoming instruments, the European missions, put the dream high quality. I was a very small child listening to radio when John F. Kennedy 60 years ago announced that I have a dream to go to the moon and get the man on the moon and get him safely back. So safety and resilience is there as well. But technology, that was for a young child. So something like that, what I was a dream come true, that I need to focus on technology. I need to learn English so that I would understand what they are saying and getting committed. And that to engineering to study here in or there next to the west city of Espoo and Helsinki University of Technology. So it's a personal commitments as well. So focus on the EU missions. My recent role is as well the rapporteur on the European Union missions. So I'm in a way negotiating with the Commission, the mission managers and the others, and how to do the startup phase of those missions and on that representing and having the eyes of regions and cities across Europe. So let's make Europe and our dreams come true. And now, finally, I want to thank all our joint collaborators in the EER concept, our commission, of course, Committee of the Region members, staff, Piotr, and the others who have worked hard, and of course the regions, you here and those online as well, and everyone who has participated today as well online or on site. And then thanks finally Christine and Miranda and Simo. You've done great work, and now this is the first ways to move to action. And that's I want you all to have. And maybe Christina will tell how we get the drinks. So that's something to move on. Oh, it looks that they are there. Let's move to action. Thank you.
Thank you, Margo, for your intervention, also for giving really fantastic closing remark. I think it means also the starting of something for Helsinki-Uusimaa, because we are open up this ER year as new ways to continue the collaboration with all the ER regions. And also today we are really trying to also open the floor, engage all the actors in the region moving towards green and digital transition. I think that was really good remark from you, Margo. Thank you so very much. And very soon we are going to close the day. I feel I was very overwhelmed with all the thanks and so forth, because every great work behind that, there is a great team and a lot of people make things happen. And of course, I'm here standing on behalf of Uusimaa Regional Council, but earlier on, we also have Juha Eskelen, our deputy mayor, who was also behind the work of the ER region, and also Eero Venäinen, who is now on site, who has been also one of the initiators together with Marko to run the first ER award year. On that note, I would like to take this opportunity also to thank Laura, Roma, and Isabel from Technopolis, who has really been behind this mapping the ecosystem of the European Entrepreneurial Region project. I think they've done a fantastic job. And in addition to that, I would also like to thank Teemu, Lehtinen, and also Sami, who are now here making this whole day event happening, that we are able to connect, not only on site, but also online. So thank you, everybody, and please follow us continuously. And that's the party began. Thank you, everybody online. And now, enjoy the evening. Thank you.